Yeah.
It's like, you can buy Twinkies and you can buy McDonald's and you can buy what other, what other junk food that's garbage. Yes, it's cheap, but it's going to take a toll on my health as time goes by. I'm going to end up, trading one enemy for another. So yes, it's cheap now, but then it's like, well, yeah, I finally did pay off my my mortgage on this house early, but then now I'm paying a ton of money for healthcare because of
Right.
all that shitty food I was eating over the years. It's like, so I don't come ahead on that model. So I can't just say buy the cheapest food possible. It doesn't work.
Right.
It's like, so what do you do? So you buy the food that you can that is more expensive,
Mm.
but then what else suffers in the process? It's like,
Yeah.
but do you see the problem with this? It's like I can't. It's like that triangle. I can only choose two of the three things, but I need all three of them. How is like that's what this stupid boomer economy they left us with. You can only choose two, but you need all three. It's like, how are you supposed to come ahead then?
Mm.
I can't just, I can't juggle my fucking mortgage payments and the default
Right.
on that. Somebody's gonna come after me and kick me out of there. It
Mm.
doesn't work.
Yeah. No, I understand that, man.
The way that I look, and there's also a lot of people who are in my shoes too. I
Hmm.
am somebody who, made $8 an hour for 15 years.
Yeah.
It's like you're not. I don't have the money to put a down payment on something. I don't have it because I've been working that job for 15 years. And every time I
Yeah.
tried to go to get a better paying job, the boomers kept giving me some dumb excuse why they couldn't hire me. It's like, holy fuck, are you gonna help? Are we gonna help each other or not? Holy shit. I just remember at one like there was a few times where I remember who would they hire instead of me? They would hire some like middle-aged person who wasn't very intelligent and didn't do a good job. It's like you could have hired me. I would have been able to pull off a lot more than they did because I have a better work ethic than that person does. Or they would hire some like college girl,
Mm.
and and the guys are like, "Well, she's good looking. That's why we hired her over you." I'm like, "Oh my fucking god! Of course."
Yeah.
But she's not doing the work you want her to.
Yep.
So these days, what I'm trying to do now is I'm just trying to promote myself for myself. I don't like fuck these other people and their stupid companies.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna go up to them and initiate the Socratic method and just talk to them. I'm gonna do my own fucking thing and say, like if there's a company that needs me for my services that I can provide, I will go and submit the credentials into their little database, and then they can take it from that point forward.
Hmm.
But as far as like me walking up to them and trying to negotiate anything, or just sit there and you know talk shop, like you get nowhere doing it that way.
Right.
The reason I know is because I've tried.
Yeah. Well, you know.
Yeah, and my experience with that is either they are not looking for anybody at all most of the time, and then some of the time they would rather hire somebody who isn't worth a damn.
Mm. Right.
It's like you hired that fucker, and they're what? And it's like you hired that person, and then you're coming to me and complaining about why they're not doing a good job. Like, okay.
Yeah.
This is also the same reason why I don't go and talk to a lot of like women in my age because they do basically the same thing.
Mm.
Oh, I like you, but I want to date this guy, and I'll just sit here and talk to you about this guy and why I have a love-hate relationship with him. He just doesn't fill the void for me. It's like, but you're talking to me about it.
Yeah. Right.
You could be in a relationship with me, and I could probably fulfill most of that stuff you're talking about. Not all of it, but most of it.
You the man. You the man.
But I'm the asexual object in your life. I'm
What?
gay.
No. Not you.
that did happen to me a couple of times, and after the second time, I was like, you just can't talk to these people.
Yeah.
They just cannot make the connection.
Generator stabilized.
We're about to lose this facility.
Oh, Cloaker came out of cloak and tried to snipe me. Got him with the rocket launcher right to the face. Moron. Moron. Got him.
Enemy Sunday to the east.
Right, I keep forgetting.
Oh, sorry, enemy Sunday to the east.
Platoon, voice chat.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, we haven't done a proper platoon in a while.
Wow. Right.
Or somebody who makes sense. not some super old fucking guy.
Right.
Although I guess Ron Paul is a super old guy.
What are you talking about? He's from that boomer generation.
Well, you could replace him with Ray.
Yeah, either case, he's still from that boomer generation. Gen X forever.
Gen is clear.
May it live forever in infamy.
All right, very nice.
We just don't want to be messed with. How's
Yeah,
that?
let's go to Scarfield. And then maybe after that we can take Cobalt. Do it the old 1-2.
How about Crenshaw? How about him?
Who?
Crenshaw.
Crenshaw. Don't believe I. Right off the top of my head.
He's the senator from Texas. He's got the iPad.
Oh, that lame guy? Yeah,
that lame guy.
that lame guy. Yeah, that lame guy.
Looks like Scarfield is under control? Question mark. Falcon, how's it looking?
Fucking nothing. That's what I thought.
Right, right.
They have a Sunday in the hangar in the corner where it always is, and it's a cloaked Sunday.
Why would they do that?
Criticized
Looks like
by
they also got a
choice
beacon.
or other people's choice, but it's like when we ask you for a solution, you are
Oh yeah, they're fucked.
like, oh,
Why would somebody run a Valkyrie without a courtesy zoom?
Get a beacon.
you have no
Look, man.
solution. You're just the benchmark.
Oh, wait, Grape was talking. Hello, Grape. Hang on, speak again?
Need a new beacon over there for.
Oh, you need a
Rock-
beacon. Alright.
Yes.
Like you guys,
Alpha
you
beacon
guys
going up.
easily set out the generation wars.
Thank you.
That's why I call you guys the benchwarmers.
That's why I call you the bitch warmers. Oh.
Yeah, it's like Gen X just sits out the they set
Bench warmers.
There's the boxing.
What are you
right?
talking
Like,
about?
we're just
We're not the bench warmers. Bench warmers implies that we want to play. We don't want to play. We're the we're the popcorn crunchers, okay?
Is nasty.
We're popcorn eaters. All right, that's what we do. We just it's a popcorn eating moment. We're gonna watch this millennial clash with the
Alright, let's go get
with the
Cobalt.
Gen Zers,
Looks like they got a
and
base there,
you know,
so
pretty
break
soon
out
you're
your
gonna be the boomers
explosive
to those
stuff.
Gen Zers, and the Gen Zers are gonna be boomers too. You know, I mean, one of these days, just watch. You know, I mean, And that's me, Gen Zer, going into retirement. I'm going to be eating popcorn watching y'all. We're not bench warmers by any means.
You don't fucking participate though. That's what I'm.
No, we don't. No. Your
Wesley, how
participation
developed is that
again
base
is
look?
like we are participating in society and life. We
It's
just don't
pretty
believe in
incomplete.
participation
Cool, let's go
trophies,
sit stomp.
and we're certainly not playing.
Thespian's ego.
So we don't
Yeah.
we don't need to participate in that whole mess. That's
I
the
would
whole
like to
thing.
point out
Half
that
formed
the
and inadequate.
participation trophies were
Oh,
the
God.
invention of Boots. They came up with that idea. We were not.
It
Stick
wasn't.
again in the
Well,
platoon chat, huh?
it really wasn't
Yeah,
my
they ended up
generation
using
that
the
came
wrong
up with that. That was kind of the
I
end
ended up
cusp.
platoon in like 9
Like,
months,
here,
I
let's
guess.
give Johnny
It's
a
been a
little
hot minute.
participation trophy, even though they lost. We need to make them feel good, dude. Like I said, they tried to start it with my two boys when they were like going through different sports, and I'm
Oh
like,
my
no,
God.
that ain't
Did
happening.
anybody see that?
That ain't happening.
I got a mosquito with an AV turret.
I would
I'm
would
gonna
actually
find out
give
that high
the
the rest of the
get
night.
I would take those from them and say, hey guys, you know, I know that you guys really enjoy playing, and I said that's the whole main part of sports, but you guys really didn't win. There is winning and losing, and tell you the truth, you know, if you've done something to earn an award, you should keep it. You should feel proud about yourself. But do you guys feel proud about what you did here? No? Okay.
Must have a
Well
small
then,
bit in there.
here, hand me those. Because we don't need you guys hanging something on your wall that just has
Yeah, they
no
got one.
meaning. So I would talk
Oh,
with
yep,
them.
I see it.
Then I would take them,
Mid-level.
Alright, well.
and then if I was still available and around, and the other person, whoever handed out the awards, I'd be handing them
Just
back.
like doinking at it with my AV.
I like the one person who pointed out that if you got a
Participation trophy?
Nice,
if you
Hogan.
were a baby boomer who went to Vietnam, they had participation trophies for that. But you got a medal for participating in the Southeast Pacific.
Oh,
You got
yeah.
a lot of combat veterans got Purple Hearts, basically the same thing. And the guy who's in my generation pointed this out. It's like, so participation trophies have been around.
We could get some
probably
beacons closer to that base. It'd be very helpful.
So why anybody thinks this, pushes this on millennials is if somehow we're the ones that are responsible for this. It's like, all it really is it's just a form of disingenuous.
Thank you, Grape.
You're welcome.
That's a good one. Oh, just so you know, Grape, we normally talk in platoon whenever we're talking with everybody.
Copy. I didn't know if you guys compartmentalize that, like, you know, talk amongst squad, pass it to your squad leader, and then go up to platoon.
Sometimes. We're not that mil-simmy.
Kind of hard to be mil-simmy in a future non-mil-sim.
I don't know, man. I've been in a lot of TR platoons that really try.
We're talking about dropping a beacon, so I dropped a beacon.
The other joke I like to point out about Gen X is, oh, you guys fought Gulf War so fucking hard.
We fought what? Oh, the Gulf War. That's Gen X, but yeah.
Yeah, it's like, did the Gulf War last 20 years?
I'm gonna see if I can pull a Sunday up on the other side.
It's a good idea, yeah.
No.
Oh,
More young guys
alright, we got a harasser running around.
in Afghanistan than they died in fucking...
Or
Two
two.
of them.
Victory has not eluded us. Are you fight harder than this rabble?
Oh, I get to practice my Desi aim.
The Terran Republic has taken
I'm actually glad I didn't join the Vietnam War. I was thinking about coming back when I was a kid. I'm glad I didn't. My dad also made a stupid idea to do that.
God damn it, these harassers are good.
Well, his exact words were, don't join the army because the army sucks. That's were his exact words.
Be all you can be. Enjoyable in the army. Something like that, right?
Yeah.
Looks like we got Velks going
Well,
to
that was one of
Scarfield.
the TV commercials back when he was...
TR?
Or not. Yeah, just one, but it turned around. Alright, the spawn tube is down.
Nice.
Prowler's down.
I also like what that one homesteader guy said about
Pressure in the hills behind bus.
talking about the boomer generation. He was talking about like how they a lot of the
Looks like we got support.
as ultra big horse of American history, not very few positive policies. And then he goes on to say like,
Tower
you
down.
know, it's a lot like if you're in a relationship.
Other tower down.
AV down. We just need to take out the AI.
Third tower down. Oh no.
AI's going down.
Third tower
tower's
down.
AI down.
There we go. There we go.
Oh, these guys they communicate real well. They work together. That's good.
Which game are you in?
Playing outside. These guys are doing real well
Keep the
with
walls up. We might be able to use those.
Victory is at hand.
it. Planetside. Hey man, I mean, it's pretty good.
Hello, rookie. Welcome to the squad.
I still like it myself, man. I mean, it's there we go. Space booty.
Ooh, good
Yeah,
catch.
that's
rocking
Buddy,
everywhere.
buddy, 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 buddy.
Space booty.
All
That's
right.
the name of the
Very
outfit.
nice, sir, buddy. Oh, we did a cute little cutoff of the TR there too. Okay.
Mhm.
I need to figure out what the hell's
Oh,
going
let's
on
see.
with my 22 rifle.
There's Wokuck Eco.
Thinking about what?
That could use some help. Let's see if we can help them out.
Every time I go to the range,
Not normally a huge
Yeah.
fan of that lane. It's too easy to get cut off at the Eco proper, but you know.
I'm shooting at like 100 yards, but it's like 50-50. I hit the target, 50-50 I don't.
NSO face. That's a fantastic.
The first time I
username.
did
Welcome to the
shot
platoon.
at that range, I thought it had.
Man,
it's
Met's
more
gonna
like
be mad
I
about
think
that
it's
one.
closer to like 100 meters. It's actually past 100 meters. But anyway, I thought it was the opposite.
They have
So
some
I
harassment
adjusted that.
football.
It's not the opposite.
Oh, do they? Oh, yep, sure enough.
Seems like the needed strength is like to me it's like it's a bigger
Oh.
with the 22. So
Mhm.
Three harassers at Cobalt.
it's just it
Oh
is
shit,
really
that's a lot of armor.
concerning.
Okay,
I'm
never mind.
And a lagging and a power.
shooting.
Alamo.
Now,
We're Alamoing
obviously,
this.
100 yards for like maybe a 22 in small game is a little bit, or varmints is probably a little bit more on the extreme range side of things.
Got a spawn
but
tube up at least.
I should be able to hit it
Right.
That's gonna
most
help
of
us
the
out.
time,
Mhm.
at the very least.
I'll drop a beacon.
It's just the fact that I can't is like not exactly sure
Bacon
what the hell's
crispy.
wrong with it, or if maybe I don't know. Just struggling to understand why it's 50-50 hitting the target or not.
Oh yeah.
So I tried switching ammunition types, tried adjusting the optics, tried cleaning it better.
Yep.
Like maybe the gun got out or something.
Silent Northwest.
Hmm.
Looks like it's got
Suck if
stealth
I
on.
get a brand new barrel for it to get it to target.
He spotted.
If I do that, I'm going to buy a magic barrel. Oh, you know what? One thing I haven't tried, I should probably try to use it like it's a single shot. Shoot one round.
Prowler down.
Wait for the barrel to cool for like 30 seconds and shoot it around. See if that maybe that's part of it.
Good medic work.
New harasser.
I don't know.
Two harasser.
Because it could be one of those very cheaply made barrels.
We got some armor coming up the road.
Yeah.
The less expensive barrels, they have a tendency of like you'll
That's one less harasser.
wait in between shots to get it to kind of I don't know what it is. It's something to do with
I think I hear a
the
stalker
harmonics of
south
the
side of the base.
barrel
Be alert.
itself. They're different from when they're like closer to room
I hear
temperature
someone
versus
calling
when they're
spot
not.
outs from
So
east southeast.
generally,
That's it.
all barrels are like that.
I
It's
think
just
I
the
got
cheap
a flashlight on
ones
this
are
guy.
Right.
more exacerbated on this one.
Nope, I don't. Oh, fuck. Oh, it's not even an infill. Nice.
But one of the other things I noticed is like when I'm in the scope,
Right.
even when I'm like laying down, trying to like just look through
Hello,
it,
Serpentine.
it wobbles quite a bit, which is kind of weird. It makes me think like maybe the gun is too lightweight, to where it's
On the wrong
like it's
road,
just
looks like
too
we
easy
found
to
my mines.
just wiggle around. 'Cause my other guns
Yep,
are
you sure
much
did.
heavier than that, so it's like
On
that's not
bench.
an issue
Hello,
because
Killer
of
Wolf.
that reason.
Mm.
I guess the weight's what
TRB from
adds to
Cliff,
the
south side.
it's just too damn lightweight. So I'm not sure if it's just that it's too lightweight or if it's the barrel's just getting too quickly. It's either too hot too quickly.
Mm-hmm.
It's annoying. You refuse to.
Made myself to get up to that beacon. I can't reach it.
You refuse to do anything about it.
Refuse to do anything about what? Sorry, missed it just a little bit. They were talking. It was pretty loud. What?
Oh. Well, you don't go to the range to try to get the most accurate shots possible. You're just there to do
Beacon
what's
down.
good enough.
Okay.
That's your problem.
How do you know? Dude,
Me, I'm
out of
more
30 rounds, I shot 2 out of A.
Ha!
Okay.
Hogan.
Alright, they are back on Hayo.
And
Well,
those
we're
weren't
gonna
just
do
like
the
sitting
thing.
there like with a red dot going plink, plink,
They are back on Hayo.
plink.
We need to resecure Hayo.
Probably mines, Hogan.
My neighbor that I went with, he's like, man, you
I
shoot
saw
pretty
an
quick there.
opportunity and I took it.
I'm like, yep,
Planetside.
I sure am.
Yeah, I'm more the guy that's trying to get the accurate shot, so I'll do like a.
Same here, especially when I go for rifle, but, you know.
So I'll do like a shot group of 5. If I think I have the target lined up, I'll squeeze it off, see what happens. But for my 22, I'm not sure what it is that's causing it to be as not accurate as
They
I
got
want it to
Sundays
be.
in the vehicle bay.
Mm.
Alright, I'm on cooldown, but once I'm not, this is gonna be the best beacon Alpha has ever seen.
Spotted a hostile infiltrator.
Beacon toasty. Nice work, everyone. Keep it up. If you just joined the platoon, welcome in. We are currently at Heyoka, and we are having a grand old time.
This guy's video is titled 4 Things to Never Buy at a Gun Show. I'm like, step 1, never go to a gun show. You don't pay money to go window shopping.
Yeah, I don't either. I definitely don't.
Yeah, I'd rather browse like people's YouTube, like check out this gun, see if it's any good or if I like it. Like there's what the hell's that guy called Ginger Outdoors or something? I don't know. He's basically a ginger guy, but he's got he does
surprising.
AR concept.
He's Chinese too, and he shot on the run. And I'll head over here.
All over that balcony.
I'm actually pretty sufficient with my bolt action. I got to the point where I was able to just like mostly hit.
Yeah.
I'm also using these like crappy, like really low quality routes. I'm actually able to hit them. See, that's what I'm saying though. Like if I'm able to hit that 100-yard steel gun with that round, like 7 out of 10 times, right? Like that's actually pretty fucking accurate. But I don't get that same percentage out of it.
Yeah.
What? I'm like, isn't that like backwards for most people? Most people have difficulty hitting the higher caliber gun versus the smaller gun. So I'm kind of like just like scratching my head on that.
Alright, we got the balcony.
Yep.
I have 2 C4 on this Thunder if anyone can throw something at it.
Let's see if maybe there's a video on that gun I can watch that will help.
Mm. Which gun are you thinking of?
Yeah, I think it is this one, right?
I don't know. Which one are you looking at?
Wait, these are 5.56. Look, yeah, where's the one that's
Bacon's crispy.
Are you to be bested by this rabble?
Oh, holy shit.
We're actually on point.
Describe my last every relationship. So
Got to be able to get it to the side.
Taking the stairs at the other entrance.
Alright, we on point.
Not bad with this nice little smart choke on this thing. Shotgun.
Yeah, here's what this guy's saying. The great thing about 22 ammo is it's one of the most affordable ones out there.
So I can see if
And
this
you can
becomes
shoot
a
it without
thread.
feeling like your wallet is screaming at you.
Yeah.
Good capture.
It's like, yeah, well, pretty much for me, anytime I shoot anything other than that,
I
I'm a
think the
little
rest
bit
of them are
more,
going to be able to take care of this. Let's
careful.
right click go to
Like
Raven Landing.
meticulous.
I just
Maybe
don't
that's
like
why I'm
being in the middle of the map
struggling
and I
with
don't like that cutoff
hitting
height.
Right.
carefully with the 22 because I'm just being too calculator about it.
too cavalier.
Yeah, there's a metric that I'm overlooking, which is why I'm struggling to hit
Alpha
the
Bacon
steel
Toasty?
gong, this 8-inch steel gong at 100 yards. I don't know what it is. It's either the optic or it's just the fact that it's so darn lightweight that I have to stabilize it more. It's one of those two things.
Oh, goddamn.
Because I've basically titrated everything else out. I'm like, well, it's not the ammo.
Alright, cleared them out.
That's not it.
I do not think they were
Right.
prepared.
No,
And
they
the
were
other
not ready
the
for
other
that.
reason I know it's not like trigger control, breath control,
An
or
entire
any of that
platoon
other
of
shit.
VET.
Like,
Platoon
pick
and
up,
a half, we got
like,
some company.
I'll set it down, pick up a different gun,
Oh,
shoot the
right.
same steel gong, and it's like, well,
Very
it
nice.
goes bang like at least 7 out of 10 times. At 22, it's like it's 50% or less.
If I could have a phone.
It's like so it's not really me that's the problem.
Oh, never mind. That's 12 to 24.
It is, but it isn't.
No, it's not Garrison.
Like I said, there's a metric I'm overlooking.
Make your way over there, Lisa.
I'm not a sap.
Yeah.
Oh. And swarthy in your old age.
Did you say swarthy?
I become
Yeah.
swarthy.
Like Moorish?
I don't know if I'd go that far.
I don't know much about that use of swarthy, but
Welcome to the platoon. If you are new, we are currently at Garrison.
I am nude.
Oh,
Wait,
oh no.
no. Not again.
That's what they all say.
Oh, good thing. It's new.
Stole your pants this time.
It must have been the hamster because no one else is home.
I got a hamster.
Yeah, Little S has a hamster. His name's Hammy.
Hi. Hammy, that's cute.
Every morning I wake up and say, "Good morning, Hamilton." He's gonna be pissed now that he thinks his name is Hamilton.
Yeah, I've seen people with other 22s and they're
Those of y'all around my age, do y'all remember a show called Hamtaro?
their
Yeah,
guns
and I'm not
like
anywhere
certain
near your age.
ammunition, and they don't like other
yeah,
ammunition.
Amtar.
Hamtaro.
But my
was
AR
cute, man.
platform, it's like it
Ez Jr.
does
might
not
have
seem to
been
be
into
much
that.
ammo at all.
It's true, Eslian has kids
Put anything
close
in
to
it, it's
Soup's
just gonna
age.
bang.
Oh God, yeah. My son is 10 years younger than
I'm
us.
trying to remember, I had an AR-7 by Henry at one point. What ammo? I think it was CCI Blazer, or it was something by
And in certain
Remington.
countries, I guess my
You
daughter's
guys
of marriageable
struggled to,
age.
like, cycle one round to the next. It was like,
Or Montana.
Oh, not
like,
that's
do
true.
it, like, half the
Oklahoma.
time, and the other half the time it wouldn't.
Imminent
Like,
success
what?
is all.
Oklahoma's trying to make it like 12.
But as soon as I got this gun, I was like, oh my gosh, it just cycles every time.
One of
It-
those
it
states
doesn't
had some
care.
Republican lawmakers who were making a big fuss about them raising the marriage age to 18.
Yeah,
From
they were like, oh yeah,
14 to
15.
15.
Wife and fertile. Fucking gross.
Sorry, the only rights you get are wrong.
Alright, that cloak bus out near purple gold smoke. Don't know how dead it is, but the answer is not
Falcon
no.
coming?
Yep, sure enough. I'm gonna check things out at LiftCorp while we secure that. If I could have maybe a couple help me out with that.
Told you, my wife's in a different country right now.
What?
You said you wanted a couple.
Not like that.
Not like that.
If I wanted that, I'd get Mr. Soup on here.
True. But did he go away?
Yeah, he's not playing tonight.
Okay, he just got you fixed and ditched.
Yeah, he fixed up my computer, man. That's all I need. Well, not my computer. My forgetfulness with my password.
Gotcha.
I don't know how he did it.
Was it Farfenugan and you forgot how to spell it?
It's magical.
If it were a German word, I would never forget how to spell it. German phonetics makes so much more sense than English.
Minnesota, Hawaiian.
Ahiri NC.
Yes, just that one SMG.
But he's still running.
Yep.
Yeah, I like with this guy. This
Oh, they're
guy's
trying to pull
posed
us
right
under.
here.
Oh, they already have a sunder.
He's talking about like COVID.
It's on the roof.
To me, I don't know about you, but
Just comes
COVID
down,
was
he's at the same
basically a
point,
complete
on the outside.
separation of those who are programmed and versus people who are free thinkers. You know, like it's basically the separation of like
Victory
people
is
who
Alright,
are
not only
taught
is economic secured, that
what to
entire
think
northern lane
versus
is
people
cut
who are
off.
taught,
Haha.
you know, how they should
Alright,
be
I
thinking.
think we're good there.
There's definitely like one portion of American society that is, you know, thinks
I do not
about
like that
things.
dangly bit
That
into
they
the
try to use
NCTR
different
territory. That is
methods
going
of
to be a
thought
problem for us.
process.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the other section of America that's like, well, I was told to think like this, and that's all there is.
Laying our cock out there and making
Right.
both of their problem.
Those people
We
don't
really
ask very
are.
many questions.
Just flopped it on the table.
If
Oh,
it's big enough.
Cobalt comms.
Yeah, it's so like you'll have
24 TR there.
so for those groups of people, you could very
They
easily
are
be in a
just now capping it.
situation where, you know, the person who's in charge, so to speak, could
Are we
easily
going to be
be a
able to
con
recover it?
man.
I think
The
so.
guy
We
could
get there in
easily
time.
be a con man,
Truly
and nobody
storm
questions
of
him, so they have no
defense.
fucking clue that he
They
is.
just got here. They're not settled in
They
yet.
don't like to think.
Yeah. I kind of agree with, most of that. I think that, there are some people that just aren't, too, how should we say, um, visual, I don't want to say imaginative, but visual. They're
working
not a
on trying to lock
visionary,
down, spawn.
basically.
Spotted one of their buses.
No, they're trying to lock down our spawn. They're like being sneaky.
Nice. Sent us by one of the buses.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. Alright, Alpha 12 Beta is a go. Thank you, whoever dropped that.
You're welcome.
Nice recovery, nice.
See a galaxy on over.
Took out a bus near green smoke. One light assault going on the roof. Nice work, Davis.
There was
Three
a
droppers
double
from the
bonus.
gal.
On victory.
Copy that.
Oh.
I think they have a
they're
beacon
all
on the
over
tower now.
They
Yeah, they got a beacon up on that tower.
Unlikely a Sunder out back.
Yeah, Sunbeam near green smoke.
I still keep talking a squad.
Noob.
They really need to make it like a dynamic key. If you're in a squad, it goes squad. If it's platoon, you go platoon.
Yeah, but I mean, most platoons aren't like us that always do platoon. Is that friendly still ring?
Unfriendly, most likely.
Look, okay, it's friendly. Here we go.
the
Ready to rush in?
the galaxy's back.
Jesus Christ!
Yes.
I ambushed it up the stairs and killed like 3 guys on the A point and just got
Nice.
killed in the back by a
Killed?
friendly.
Welcome to NC. I mean VS.
Yeah, my last job as plant maintenance supervisor. He was
Well, they got a router up this hill where my corpse is.
He also thought comics.
You can't see your corpse anymore.
Oh, I think I know what he's talking about.
Will of Armor.
Purple
Hearts
Valley?
Waypoint.
All the examples I've seen.
Ish.
It's just like small handful of people. Alright, we're going to exercise various forms of brutality as everybody else reward ourselves. I mean, to me, that whole concept is like two steps backwards into the dark.
Well, that's a whole lot of them on the boat.
Yeah.
They got 3 beacons right
It's
next
like,
to
so
them.
we're only going to listen to the guy who sounds like he's the strongest person.
Yeah.
It's 2 at 3 beacons
Is that
down.
the kind of society we want to live in?
They got a ton of pop here.
Like, that's the core question you have to ask those kinds of people. Is that really the kind of society you want to live in? The guy who's the
They're
most
defending that router
brutal
pretty good.
and
Yeah.
savage, he gets to run the show, not the intelligent person? It's
Mhm.
like, if you ever think about what comes out of your own fucking mouth,
Right.
they usually shut the fuck up. Or they get doubled down. If they get angry, I always point out, well, you were the one that pushed this COVID shit down. You were conned into thinking that's being to hell with the Socratic method. The guy in charge.
They're trying to push. They're
Clearly
pushing up
not.
the suppressed spawn.
An altruistic person is the guy that gets to call the shots.
Mhm.
The guy who
True.
clearly is deceiving everybody.
Unless we got some help, this is not going to work out.
And that looks like that platoon who's still rained left.
Friendly Valks inbound. Get ready, push. Act like a pregnant woman. Go, go, go.
I should look
That
at that
dropped
one link
ejection,
about
didn't
the whole problem with groupthink.
Mhm. What about it?
Well, like for COVID, um, the premise
You know
of
what?
the entire presentation for groupthink was basically when you
Come on,
have
Theo.
somebody,
Let's cut them off behind them.
they use the media, the mainstream news media
Got
a
a
lot
minute
in
and 30
their
while
examples, but they
Scarfield
said,
recaps, so that gives
you know,
us
when
some
you
time to
have
set
the
up over
person
there.
who goes and gathers the information at the scene of, event, as an example,
Yeah.
what the event is, they have the immediate information, but they most of the time do not have the correct, accurate information.
Right.
And they also said that Google is also an example of this. Google has a lot of information, yes, but the question is, does it have accurate information?
Yeah. Exactly.
That becomes
I made that
very
point to my daughter when she's like, Google's smarter than you are. I'm like, yeah, that's to be seen. And no, it really probably isn't, given that it's just simple data. That's all Google is. Google's not
Yeah.
smart, it's just data. Now, like you said, it depends upon whether that data is accurate or not, which is pretty much like, Wikipedia. Everyone wants to take that for a fact, when in fact, Wikipedia is there for people to be able to edit the information if it is not true.
Man, it's
So
been so
it
long since
has
I played this, I don't
continuous,
remember how to get over that.
accurate information.
You can't really.
So,
Yeah, they're
like
just
I
putting
said,
on this
is
out-of-date
that
one right
information
now.
correct though?
Well,
Yes,
got some
exactly.
time.
Which reminds me, like with Wikipedia especially, it reminds me of the time that Stephen Colbert decided to change the whole concept of African elephants not being endangered.
Maybe
Like
this is
using
something
Wikipedia.
finagling.
And they changed it to
Yeah.
where it's like, oh, they're no longer endangered.
Well, that was when I
Now,
was a
whether people
harasser,
believe that or
but
not, I'm like, no, they're
I'm
definitely
fat now.
endangered, even to this very day.
Right.
Obviously, they've been steadily making a comeback. Eventually, they're
Mm,
not going
I
to.
got rid of the router.
But it's
Right.
it's just the fact that you can change that.
I'm just a little
information.
late.
That's the whole point of the
Mm.
matter.
yeah.
All right, Ant
It
Pant
looks
is
like
on
they have
board.
And
a
to me,
Valk
that's
trying to get
heading.
us
kind of what
bitches.
the whole
Yep, Valk
test bed of
inbound.
COVID was. It's like
If you're
originally
currently
I thought,
Scarfield,
okay,
stand
maybe
by
there
and
is
try
a
to help
legitimate
kill that.
outbreak coming from China. It's like that's not
Right.
something that's too far fetched.
Once
That's a
again, if
country
you're at
where
Scarfield,
they
stay there.
do things differently, and also like
Oh, that's not it.
maybe
I see
somebody
multiple
screwed up
Valks
over
running.
there, whatever the case. Now it's going to go around the entire world. But then as time progressed, it's like this is
Oh
very
Christ, I hate
like
Sunderers.
the people who are in the
I
mainstream
keep trying to
news
jump
media who
this
are being
tub.
doomsayers. They like when
That's just my go-to.
it goes back to what I was
That's
saying
how I
about
beat.
like
I
if
jump.
there's an event and you have the people who go and collect the immediate information, but they don't
Mhm.
stick around for the residual to see how the event plays out. It's kind of like if 9/11 when the first airplane hit. Like imagine if they cut the tapes rolling after the first airplane. Oh, okay, that's it. That's the end of everything. Well, a second airplane hit.
TR hitting Scarfield.
So it's like you can't just say, that's it's one and done. It's the first airplane hits.
We've already started the Capulet.
We got 20
Two
seconds
separate
left.
airplanes hit two separate
Right.
But imagine if everybody, took the definition. Well, only the one tower got hit by the weather.
After that, we'll have to go back to
Those people look really stupid to the rest of us who saw the whole thing and said, "What are you talking about? Both towers got hit."
Yeah. Exactly.
So the same thing. So the same thing with COVID, where it's like, okay, so it's very obvious that whoever's propagating this COVID thing is they keep talking. It's kind of like when cops or firefighters go to a scene, they're asking a bunch of questions, and like something happens in that scene, right? And the guys who are sticking around, one of them is a criminal. The criminal has a tendency of
They got air here.
talking.
Yeah. Zero on the point over here, Scarfield.
He
Good.
keeps adding to the story to the
Mhm.
point where it's like, wait, why is this guy, like, why did he say the one thing and now he's saying something else? That's like those two things don't make sense.
Yeah.
Those people they tend to get themselves in trouble because it's like, shut the fuck up.
Yep.
They got Sunder in the building.
You told the story, shut the fuck up and wait. Otherwise they're just gonna figure out you're gonna be fucked. But they talk. And the same thing happened with like the mainstream news media with COVID. They kept fucking talking. So those of us who were asking questions are like, wait a minute, you said something else earlier that was not this. Why is it different now?
Right.
And then they like came up with some like immediate answer to try to like diffuse the can of worms they just opened.
Yeah.
Made it worse. Like that doesn't make any
They got a
sense.
lot of armor and people showing up to
Your
Cobalt.
story is quickly unraveled. But the compliant people, they don't ask any questions. They're like, all I heard was we have to get jabbed and wear masks. So that's all I heard. I'm not going to ask any questions. That's not very smart. Especially when they keep saying things that don't add up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you've ever read like IT stories on the internet, and like there's that's a perfect comparison, right? So you have on the one hand you have people who complied with COVID, and then
Yeah.
you have like the IT stories. Like once you read through both of those, you realize, wow, there's a lot
It's
of
supposed to be the same guys as earlier, as it's another stealth Sunder in that corner.
Who are just not very intelligent.
Yep.
consider myself a smart person by any means, but I'm not a fucking
We got a pretty
some of
solid
those
lead
people
for now.
are.
We just
Yeah, no doubt.
we gotta play on
Same here. Same here.
with me.
like
Back
in
to
the
Global.
IT stories, the guy talks about like, you know,
I feel like a
like it's
pinball for a little bit, going back and
the
forth.
problem is not the computer. It's you know it's
It's the
picking
user
the
behind it. What we call
Yeah, it's-
PEBCAC. Problem exists between keyboard and mouse.
or picnic.
Big,
Yeah,
excuse me,
problem in
keyboard
chair, not
and chair.
computer.
Yeah. Yeah, that one too.
You should be
That
taking
one
the
too.
opportunity to get on Cobalt Com.
Sunday,
Yeah,
deploy it on
It's
south
working
side.
right now because they're just keeping it.
One of the IT guys said, he said, one of the things that I found effective when you're talking to the customer on the phone, whoever it is,
Yeah, we're
you
gonna
Yeah.
ask them
Cobalt
the
VO
question,
Go.
what happens when you restart? He said that's a lot better than asking them, did you turn it on and off again?
Yeah.
And he said the reason why is because they have a tendency of trying to manipulate the situation to make
You've
themselves
proven
not
worthy
look
of
stupid.
Panu's legacy.
And
Right.
unfortunately, because they do that, they end up making themselves look idiotic because they're not they're using a subversive way to try to deflect any kind of personal accountability. It's like, and there's a mechanic who added to that too. He said, you know, it's so funny to me too because like some of the customers I come across, instead of them walking up
Whoever
to
that
me
was,
and
I'm
being
so sorry,
honest
I
about
just
the
dropped out.
problem with their car, they kind of do this roundabout little thing about, well, I think it's this, and I think
Traitor.
it's that, and they speculate too much to the point where it's like,
I don't control it.
it's like, okay,
Like, I
I'll do
pressed
the
E and I
suggestion
saw the
that
bing.
you're gonna go with, and then we'll throw a bunch of parts and money at this thing and see what happens.
All right.
Yeah.
What do you mean you don't
It's like,
control it, though?
and then the guy's like,
I don't
okay,
control it.
well,
Alpha Squad, you have
this
the
is
best
clearly
vision
the problem
possible.
with
Do
through
not
our
place the corner unless
diagnosis
Luke goes under.
that we ran through. We didn't have to do any of that, and all we had to do was replace this one part instead, and then reset the trouble code. You would have been fine. You would have paid
Yeah.
way less money. It's like, but you would be surprised
Got a
how
bunch
many
of
of
armor
these
rolling
customers
up.
insist that you replace part A, B, and C, not just part C. Like you could just do with part
Sure, we
C,
couldn't
so
get
you
away
save
with
a ton of
just
money and
one
trouble.
and
But
not
they
the
don't
other.
want to.
Yep.
It's like, and they're just being disingenuous, mostly to themselves. And the guy with the IT story, same thing. It's like they're being disingenuous, mostly to themselves.
Right.
It's like, and that's why I asked them, what happens when
A whole bunch of TR armor just rolled up. Good news is armor can't count points.
Don't tell them that. They're gonna know.
like you'd be surprised at how many times people will lie about something that something so simple. No, I didn't do that. It's like, well, no, you didn't.
Got a lot of enemy air there.
We got cleaned
And like
out.
for me, when I was
Yeah, we did.
struggling with
Okay,
the blue
okay.
screens at first, and
You
like I
just
was
said,
like,
Oh,
what
they
the hell? There's like
reconnected,
three different
that's
things
why.
going on here, so I had to titrate out which one it was. So I had to go through an entire process. Unfortunately, I chose the first two incorrectly.
Right.
So, which is why it took as long as
Take
it
a look
did.
here.
So imagine if I had instead said, okay, let's download the firmware, because for some reason I thought, wouldn't that just automatically come with the thing to begin with? Why would that?
Well, gotta think it's sitting on the shelf for so long, though, dude. I mean, 6, 8
Yeah, I didn't
months,
factor that
you
in.
know. I mean, that's about average, typical for like motherboards and hardware to sit on the shelf, 6 to 8 months. So I never got really into the hardware when I started my business. It was because, being honest, hardware is too freaking easy.
That's true.
But yeah, I mean,
That one.
I certainly liked you know, the hardware. Don't get me wrong. I just don't like, you know,
Folks, we are on a Raxicom network.
look that I have to. It's something that I have to do once in a while, not all the time. So I enjoy it, but I don't enjoy it enough to do it as full-time work. That's for sure. I'd be easily bored.
Oh, here's a quote from Dr. Anthony Fraudy, where he's like, there is no question that there will be a challenge to the coming administration in the area of infectious diseases. The thing
Looks like
we're
they've lost all the
extraordinarily
regions.
confident about is
cooldown to summon an alpha to drop one?
Yeah. Well, of
And then,
course.
in the deposition, they kept asking him, like, you know, about gain of function racers, and he kept lying.
There's no such thing. We didn't do anything like that. Yeah, okay, whatever.
It's like, but here we can clearly see that there was money that was put into the Wuhan lab in China. Why do you keep saying you didn't do that? It says you did.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. It's like we have your financials sitting in front of us. There was nothing with gain of function, and yeah, okay. You only use this and this type of particular stuff for gain of function, okay? But we didn't do it. We don't do that. Okay, you keep explaining that, bud. We didn't do that. We don't do that. Uh-huh. You just keep explaining. Lying about this stuff, but you go ahead, buddy.
They got a router up there.
Yep.
It's dead. Someone EMP'd my C4 and killed.
Nice. Zombies.
God, look at the bodies.
By the way, all this
God
T4
damn.
from Cobalt went straight to Quadi Fortress.
Yep. Is that over there?
Enemy Sundew right outside the door here.
Bobby's will take care of that.
Yeah, this guy said he supports the dictator. He's like, dictators don't like people who can think for themselves. I'm like, it's more like COD, man. COD, man.
Right.
People who ask questions.
Yeah.
Control, let's go Quadi Fortress.
Dang it, I just got here.
Sorry.
That's okay, don't worry. I did set up at least a silo temporarily for if we go for an temp for Cobalt, by the way. Just need to drop a router off of it and put it up.
Very good.
I'm gonna try to pull a spawn over from Quadi.
Yeah, this old guy in this comment thread, he's got a fairly good point too.
Yeah.
He kind of points out how like the younger generation,
Oh my god, Carapace
my
is
generation
disgusting. I love this implant.
Gen Zers kind of like,
Yeah.
he's like, they're kind of like they have the ball ninja mentality. The aspect of like what happened during COVID, they're not thinking about this isn't reality. It's not a zombie show. It's not a zombie movie. You know.
Right.
Like, are you really thinking about this? I don't think you are.
Loss of the facility
Being led
is
along by the
unacceptable.
con men who are, or you know, whatever media is setting your brain up to think it's the same thing. It's like, no, that's a TV show. It's not real. It's social media. It's not real. Like I said, you can't explain it. They refute any form of logic.
Bacon Toasty. Alpha Bacon's soon to be gone because of Orby.
I remember being a kid back in the day playing like Battlefield, thinking like, whoa, this is probably like bullets in real life. And then like later on, after I played Arma 3 and got a real gun, I was like, oh, okay, so it's not quite the same as video games.
Right.
Oh, I made it all the way back to
But
the
I
amp station.
was willing to accept the fact that it's
Yeah, that's
different
blind,
because I
isn't it?
realized, you know, even being a dumb kid,
Alpha Bacon is crispy.
it's a video game, it's not real.
Thank you.
So like, of course it's gonna have, you know, minor nuances.
CR bus southwest, killing.
I more or less appreciate that I had the DIU on.
Mm-hmm.
So
Right.
I did not mind that reality. Good to know. the same thing with the the IT stores. When people don't want, they don't like the fact that they're in a position where they have to be corrected, so they're trying to dodge all the
Right.
like, I just want to be
Right
corrected.
now, I'm thinking
I'm not
use
wrong.
Garfield
Like,
and
no,
normal
you are.
I got it.
I mean, like, one of the best instructors I ever had, he told me it's okay to be wrong. It's not okay to be wrong.
Like we got the same people as before. They're dug into that building.
I think there weren't all that many of them on point though.
Yep.
There's about to be a lot more. I see a bunch coming down the scaffolding.
Yeah, that paella hit the spot, man. It was really, really tasty. Especially cooking up those.
Timberly.
Yeah, it's really easy to use, man. I mean, basically you're using 4 times liquid than the amount of rice you're gonna use. So if you use a cup, you're gonna put in 4 cups of water, or not just water. It's gonna be like a mixture of tomato paste and
If I can get a couple of
tomato sauce.
headed over to
Just think of the consistency of it, because the rice still has to soak up quite a bit. So you're using 4x liquid, regardless whether it's just water. But you're still going to want to put some tomato paste in
There's
it,
Sundays in the
and
opposite corner this
all
time.
your Italian herbs, pretty typical.
Yep, southwest corner.
And you just put it into a fry pan, or you can even bake it too.
30 seconds till cap.
Fucking good.
Don't let them back on point.
Yeah, and then so the rice you're just kind of doing up as kind of your normal, almost whitish rice, white rice, but it's going to have the redness from the tomato paste and whatnot.
Close in on victory.
Another thing that I like doing that adds flavor and it's not a lot of sugar is using like different bell peppers, like your orange and yellow bell peppers, because they're sweet.
There's more than enough time for them
And
to
if you
complete
kind of partially chop them,
That's
don't
true.
turn them into like liquid or anything, but you'll get liquid out of the process anyways. But you put them in like a chopper processor, and so you get kind of almost a sludge, and that goes right in there with the sauce. And then I chop up larger pieces of those bell peppers. So I'll use like 3 or 4 bell peppers. Chop up those bell peppers, and then I'll go ahead and I'll slice and dice up some tomatoes in there and stick that in there, the paella. And then, kind of put the meat in there. It takes about the same amount of time to cook, so about 25, 35 minutes. If you do it at like 350 degrees, or, medium-high heat, basically, if you're going to do it off of your stove. Another thing I like doing is like chop the chicken into like about a 1/4 inch or 1 inch, chopped up. Same with steak, or you can do ground beef or pork, and or even the Italian sausage. And sorry, dude steps right in front of me. What? I was busy shooting. Don't see the things going by you, man. Anyways, and then Italian sausages are really good because you get the greasiness of there. And then I was going to say, if you don't use a real fatty type of meat, throw in like maybe 1/4 to half of stick of butter. Depends upon what your taste liking is. So you get the kind of sweetness from the bell peppers, and
That's why I use lighter butter.
right. That's why I said about 1/4 to a half. It's going to be to your liking, because that's going to render into the rice. Don't mix this up. You're just going to keep everything pretty much like that, okay? You don't mix any of it up. Then about after 20 minutes of cooking, then you'll go ahead and you'll go ahead and mix what do they call that? Not uh, as needed. That's what they say. Mix as needed, but not a lot, or you're gonna make the rice mushy. The idea is not to make the rice mushy.
Yeah.
It's almost like everyone's saying al dente for, but al dente is not the perfect, cook. Al dente is just a way of cooking.
Yeah, you have to get the right consistency. It's kind of
Right.
like if you're making pancakes.
Yeah, exactly. If you make it real runny, then yeah, you're gonna expect that. But if you make it real thick, the higher it rises.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, with that.
It comes with the experience, I guess. Right.
I think it's one at this point.
But that's why I say, basically, one cup of rice and 4x fluids, water. Usually I'll use like 2 cups water, and then I'm doing like
That doesn't mean they
a
won't
small jar
prove
of
in
the
about 10
sauce,
years.
like spaghetti type sauce, and then I just put in like paste. Makes it about the right consistency that I like.
Anarchy. Do what you want.
Yeah, for me, usually when I make rice by
Oh, I
itself,
love chicken and shrimp. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Anyways, go ahead. Yep.
yeah, usually when I make rice by itself, it's like I use the cast iron and I put
I would not be surprised if the TR makes a
cover,
last-ditch
the
stand
top
in the
cover
Cobalt
over
Geo,
it.
though, just
So
Mm-hmm.
because
like
I have
when you
fun little
put
fights.
double the amount of water for rice,
Mm-hmm.
Nice work
it
today, by the way.
hermetically seals, so it's like it's
Very
sort of
nice platoonery.
Yeah.
it's not need you don't really necessarily need to put more water in other than double.
Oh, right, right, yeah.
I'm of the opinion you
So
can
do you
run
wash your rice, or
25.
are you washing your rice, or is this just something like you normally cook white rice this way, or you cook it and you're cooking it for something else? What are you talking about?
Yeah, usually what I do is I'll wash the rice or rinse it or whatever
Mm-hmm.
in a sieve,
Mm-hmm.
like cold water. I'll rinse it with that and then
Oh,
just to
gotcha.
get the starch out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'll throw it in, and then I'll add like whatever spices if I add spices, and then I'll put the double amount of water in, and then basically I bring it to a rolling boil. The
Mm-hmm.
moment that it hits that, I just throw it to low for 15 minutes, turn it off,
Mm,
and then just let it sit for another 15 minutes.
right.
That it almost always comes out like almost perfect every time I
Mm,
do that.
right,
How does
right.
that work, everyone?
Well, the way we cook it as Hawaiians is we just put it in what we're gonna cook it in. Rice cooker, yeah, if you got it. If not, just a pot. And in that pot, you're just gonna clean. You're gonna put in however much rice, and then you're gonna put it in that pot. And so if you use like a cup of rice, then you're gonna be
Excellent work.
just washing it, rinsing it, and until it's the water's almost clear.
I'm gonna go ahead and head offline.
And then when the water is clear enough, what you need to do is
Happy
whatever
birthday.
the rice is, we use our knuckles. So like a finger, you
Happy
stick a finger
birthday.
down in the water,
I'm
and then wherever the rice comes up to, whatever knuckle,
I'll trade you.
you put that much water in. So basically, if it comes up to your first knuckle, you put in enough water that goes up to your second knuckle. It cooks
Oh,
perfectly all the time, all the time. So
that would do it.
just how we do it. So
No, that makes sense to me. That's about the. I would say that's about the almost the exact same amount as like just putting double water for. So like 1 cup of rice, 2 cups of water. To me, like just visualizing that, it's like yeah, it's basically the same
yeah,
amount.
you don't have to use a measuring cup or any of that stuff, and you don't have to mess up a whole bunch of dishes. So, and it's the same thing in a rice pot too. So you just measure out the water. So you're taking the inside liner out, and you're just doing it that way,
Yes.
and it comes out perfect almost every time. And so what you do is you're going to bring the water to a boil for about 5 to 7 minutes, if that, and then you're going to just take it off there and put it on low heat. If you're doing it in just a pot, but if you're doing it in a rice pot, You know, just set it for, you know, most rice pots are idiot proof. You just, you know, you clean your rice unless it's like the rice like mushy, sticky mush. I like mine to be kernel and it being sticky. And that's kind of how we do it too. As for Hawaiians, we like it like, you know, you can form it if you want to, but it's not mushy. It's not mushy.
Yeah.
You can still see the kerneling of the rice, kind of thing. Yeah.
It's a vagina. It's okay.
But you. See, that's why I don't talk shit to girls, because they always go straight for the fucking dick.
I love that thing.
Dirt deposit, whatever the heck that
My
is.
favorite
Dirt deposit.
is deforestation. On Possum.
See,
Dude, this map had
unfortunately, the
destruction.
trees win.
Alright, we good on gunners? I got one.
What's
I was
Yeah,
also-
I'm full
you
of brain.
know?
Oh shit!
know, yeah, I know
you
you
give
got
you
a
some
bunch.
gunners.
My
You're always
milkshake brings all the boys to the yard.
That is a really old song I have not heard.
We close in.
Yeah,
You're
you
gonna get a
got
couple of people to drop in.
Nobody
on-
wanted to spawn in mine? Hey, whoa, hold on. Bravo Gal land. Bravo Gal land. You got some of my gunners showing up as, like, green on mine.
They are, I think purple with like the gun, but you know, Bravo stuff's all full.
Crush, can you jump out?
I need a
Into
gunner.
the
I need
arms?
gunners.
Bravo 8. So
I'll
you
jump
Bravo 8, move Bravo 8 to Alpha and you'll be fine.
Well, I had
I'll jump
people
in
who were
yours,
in
son.
Alpha and Bravo Gal.
These guys I'm in a platoon with, they're all like jumping in an
Alright,
aircraft.
Crush?
I'm trying to make it so
Big gals,
No, yeah,
delivering
got it,
system, you know, delivering the infantry
I
to the
should
fight.
be getting inside now.
Like, okay, I've been in the fight for the last 5 minutes,
Alright, I got at least 2
clowning
gunners.
around.
And then this random
It's like
galaxy
any day
that's
now. You can come join with
Moving
me.
I was gonna dump my ship bucket,
Ugh.
so I was ready to go.
Yeah, I got a max. I gotta drop off.
Just remember, lols, I can't control whether or not my gunner just shoots you out of the sky.
Alright, for those looking to drop on point,
I mean, I
spawn
can
in your
solo Dalton.
galaxies.
You got a full lip. You know, Fresh, I can see you just kicking them all out this
Right.
What are these guys doing? Oh, they're dropping on cigarettes. Okay, I'll do that. Those will be fun.
Holy shit, this is gonna be the entire NC.
Flight of the Valkyrie. That's what I hear right now.
Get ready on the Bulldogs.
Oh, look at that. That is
Alright,
so
it's probably gonna
cool.
be
This
a
guy's
quick
got
pass over.
contrails
Big
that are
cloud.
red, white, and blue. That's awesome, dude. Red, white, and blue and pushing out stars. Who doesn't like red, white, and blue stars?
Health check.
Check good.
Alright, y'all wanna try and oh my god, I'm sorry. Looking at the map.
Lol's trying to ram
Victory
PL.
has not eluded us. Fight hard.
Alright, Willie Pete. That's got 4 doors on it. Pretty clear.
Hey, that's
Alright, lib up high. Going out of bounds.
Oh, give me a break, really? Jamar Katron?
Oh, shit.
Alright.
I wasn't even that close to you, Gate, when I just exploded.
Another lib, and a galaxy. Airball above us.
You know, I forgot the Zops has some air maps.
Trying to find you, gateways.
I was trying to do the same.
Got air ball. Air ball.
Shielding you.
Come on, dude.
I got out of bounds. Hold up. Got a
Guy crossing over me. What? Not even freaking looking.
I'll come to your
Dead.
arms.
I'm dead.
Couldn't shield you enough.
There's a fucking air ball above us.
So I just stopped shooting. While I stopped shooting, he wasn't singing on his right, but a guy shooting at him, eventually me, of course. But hey, let's get in the way of people that are shooting. You know, that makes complete sense. Friggin' moron.
Hold tight, boys. We got this.
Oh, I ejected. Get out, boys. Get out, get out, get out, get out.
What the
Oh,
fuck,
so you can
Natty?
stay in, man.
Everyone dead?
Gates, are you able to make it back to?
Everyone.
Dude, I'm trying.
What
Oh,
did
bro.
you guys
Below.
hear when
I'm
I
close
said
to
get
death.
out?
I was sleeping, I don't know.
Look, I always die with the ship. I always die with
It was a little ambiguous.
I'm on fire.
Oh,
shit.
Hold still, hold still,
Hello.
hold still, hold still. I'm gonna block it. Go to the warp gate. Go to the warp gate. Go to the warp gate.
Don't worry, the Valkyries
Regroup,
running
guys.
interference.
Regroup.
Slow down. Slow down.
Devil.
Hey, Devil. Works.
I'm just gonna
Hey,
switch
Nettie,
out to
next
NG.
time, can you put on the AC 30 or whatever, the Walker or whatever? Yeah.
Oh,
Say
it's
AC
the,
130. Yo, first I thought you were asking her to turn on the air conditioner in there. I guess
That's
you're.
what I thought.
And then I'm like, wait, AC 130? Is that what you?
Did you want to, instead of the hyena?
Yeah,
Oh.
just next
The
time.
hyenas are really bad. Like,
Ew.
yelling.
Well,
Oh, I
yeah, if
can't
you've
get
got
that all.
Reaver up your ass, it kind of comes in handy.
The walker won't let him get that close. We ready?
Ready?
Been out. Yeah, we're gonna have to stay high and deal with the air ball.
The air balls are already scattered. The lib and
Oh,
the
they're
ball
gonna
chased them down and literally scattered them to the four winds. They were not expecting the Valve and
hold
the
on.
lib to turn around and start engaging them again.
We gotta deter these people. They're like, hey, let's go fight the VS. And we'll go, okay, that was a bad idea. Going in the power lane.
Do we have an ammo gal or no?
Ammo ran.
Yep. We have an entire air ball going.
We got 2 Charlie gals.
Medic. No.
What's the
Yeah,
second
man.
Charlie gal? You got back in a gal?
Yeah.
Alright, do you mind if I lead from the ground now?
I'm running
You
a
can get
battle
that base
gal
in the
though.
mountain.
I'm not repping.
Oh, you don't have a grab. Alright, slowing down, slowing down. Look for Sunders. Sunder on me, Sunder on me.
Ah,
To get so close to you, rookie.
rooftop robot.
That's gotta be an unupgraded
No.
ammo.
F5.
Take your time, we're not under fire.
Ooh. Yeah.
You died and went to hell in this. That's what happens.
I see. I'm. What's that? Sorry. Go ahead.
You can't be a Nazi officer and get away with your crimes forever.
Yeah.
Concentration camp victims will catch up to you eventually.
Right. Oh, I.
At the end
Good.
of this Twilight Zone episode, they're all like reaching out to him and grabbing advice.
Oh yeah, Sunder on point. Okay, they didn't show up to defend this.
I
It's gonna be close to Nason's. We're gonna try to avoid getting line of sight from it.
They behave a lot like Nazis, especially like when I was in Minneapolis when that shit was going down. I was just like,
Expect Sunder to be somewhere around platoon waypoint. It could also be outside the wall. Oh, and the ant right below us. Let's look for Sunders first.
like the whole
Slowing down, slowing down.
just trust the science. I was like, that sounds like
The open point, guys, open point. So you can bomb the shit out of them.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And then every time you
Max trying to nade us.
you're basically saying
If you don't have a good angle in your gun, guys, just go ahead, drop out, go on foot.
Oh, he's the bad person.
Oh shit, they're all up above us.
Oh
Shit,
yeah.
ton of them up above the on the rocks. Bulldog, Bulldog, look on the cliff. Yep, Sunder.
Person doesn't want to be
Health check, health check, health
leave
check.
them alone.
Bingo, bingo, bingo,
Three-quarters?
bingo, bingo, bingo.
There's like
Prowler,
all these,
prowler
like,
on us.
scare
Force of the
tactics the media
facility
is using to like
is unacceptable.
Focus prowler, left wing, left wing.
try to destabilize their society by infecting everybody. It's like they're okay. First off, we actually look at what's going on.
God
You
damn,
know,
there's a
after
burster up
further
there.
review of this actual virus that's going around, it's actually it's just an amplified version of the influenza virus.
Holy
Really not
shit.
that much to worry
Yeah.
about. Should you be worried about it? Yes, but not to the extent that you're going like these people are going about. It's like you guys are. This is blown way out of proportion. But the moment you
Yep,
say
I
that,
see him
you're
up
like,
ahead. We're
you're
going
a conspiracy
opposite
theorist
direction.
for thinking.
Actually, no, we're gonna
Yeah,
land into
man.
him. Left wing, gunners. Focus.
You
left.
are.
Conspiracy theorist because I went out of the way to look this up, and your ignorance.
Tail
is
gunners,
greater
tail
than
gunners. Watch behind.
My amount of crunch time that I did to get the data, the accurate
I
data.
see the gal.
I might like to add.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the
Is that
important
our
part.
anvil?
Accurate
I think
data.
that's ours.
Yeah, accurate data is it's bar none. That's why that's what.
All right, we
part
got
of the reason
point
I don't
back
like
at
arguing
Aiken
with these
Southern.
idiots on YouTube is it's like you can look up information and data on YouTube, but it's not always accurate, and they don't seem to like a lot of them are have this Redditor mindset. They don't realize that their cognitive dissonance gets in the way.
Oh, we got armor up below us.
Thunders, right
Ooh,
below
I
us.
got a 40-year-old gamer. Anyway,
I got
sorry.
lots of
Yep.
armor.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
armor below, left wing, and tail gun.
Information.
Look for ground
Sometimes,
targets.
There's an inaccuracy because of some metric.
Enemy lib, FedEx lib, coming head on.
There's a metric that I completely overlooked.
And
it goes
about.
back to what Carlos asked. If you missed, there's a reason why you missed. You find it.
Right.
That's why you need to train relentlessly. I said train.
Or going off lib, he's gone.
Yeah, I mean, I feel that, once a month, I usually end up knocking the rust off after, I don't know, maybe 6 or 7 rounds, basically,
Sunder.
And then it's like, I mean, it's just, staying comfortable with your weapon system, that's all.
More armor.
For me, it's just so confusing.
How's your health?
Like, how am I able to hit this?
Three-quarter full.
Like, with a greater sense of accuracy.
60?
This is a struggle. It's
Come on,
like,
tail gunner. I don't see my tail gunner shooting.
Yeah.
and it's funny too, because like the Gong target is 100. It's
Lots of armor right below us.
over 100 yards.
Yeah, my tail gunner's AFK.
Iron sights, like you seem to hit it more consistently than in the scope.
Alright, nothing. Anybody else see anything down there?
Reality.
I can confirm that Liberator the Brand is dead.
Hold an ant. Just Sunder still. Sunder coming, moving.
Because like iron sights at that range, it's like it's really it's very simplified. I think
Yeah.
the other part of it too is that the
God.
look
Alright.
at how like
We're moving.
the barrel of the gun
Where they
is
pull
basically
20 bursters.
to where like you have the rounds that kind of like picks up and then it arcs over. So like at certain points,
We still have ammo
based on
gal,
how
or is
your
it
iron
gone?
sights are set up by default, it will impact at like say like 25
I don't see
meters,
ammo gal in the
and then
group.
it will impact again at 300 meters if you're using like
There you go.
50 meters.
Sorry, I had a guy who was AFK on one of my weapons.
It's okay. I rammed right into him as he fell.
Oh, you killed him? You killed him?
Yeah.
Even better. Even fucking better.
And then of course different ammo impact a little bit more to the right or
I was like, why did I get a kill all of a sudden?
Yeah, I kicked him from the platoon and then set my gal to squad only, so I ejected him.
You could have just paged down and hit the Lexus.
It doesn't work. It's so iffy. Like, I haven't got it to work for me in forever.
I can't remember if it's to the left or to the right.
Right.
You can't actually spit, like, specifically.
Well, it's the hitbox of the fucking X is off. That's what's wrong with it. That is so retarded. That's why I've had it work before, and then I guess
the hitbox.
Especially when you compare, say,
I wonder if it happened whenever they adjusted the UI. I don't know. I didn't drop them.
subsonic, and you have one
It's because of the UI.
the supersonic one.
Yeah, they updated the UI a
Yeah.
while back.
Whereas the subsonic round is almost very much the opposite.
It's an improvement.
Rarely do I even use anything subsonic. I mean, if I'm not really trying to be quiet when you kind of fire, and not that it does, you know, significantly, but it's enough that, you know.
One thing I've noticed, like with 22 subsonics, if you're like, for me, if measuring the 5.56 subsonics and supersonics back to back, like there's a much more black and white contrast on that versus the 22. It's a little bit more subtle.
Yeah.
You have to have like your target set up a specific way to be able to measure those results.
Yeah.
Your enemy
So
galaxy. Yep,
basically,
enemy
you need
galaxy ahead.
sort of a bigger target,
There's also a lib to our right.
a further range to be able to see what it
Gal down. I don't see the
versus
lib
with
on the map.
5.56, like even if you're shooting at 50,
Look for enemies.
Spotted.
Victory has not
much higher.
210 bearing.
Look for Sunders. We're slowing down, doing circles.
Yep.
Green smoke. Checking green smoke.
And that's just because the amount of
Don't
energy
see anything in there.
the supersonic route is like, it's a crazy amount of energy.
Right. I mean, subsonic, the other part to it too is what's your penetration, and a lot of people just don't realize you're calculating everything for penetration. Meaning you're like clothes, for instance. What type of material is that going to have to go through? What could it potentially go through? What is there as part of the backstops and whatnot?
That way you get to experience what happens when I'm flying a Valkyrie and I have a decent gunner. By decent, I mean really good.
Harder to measure is because you have that tiny amount of powder that's in there. It's like
You get points.
it's
Alright,
more of
we're
a
good.
fine tuning versus like something in a 5.56 where like the casing
Yeah.
is much larger, therefore you have a much wider range of how much powder can go in.
Right.
That's exactly why despite
Open
the same
Delta Squad,
almost
and then
identical,
I'll move people in to gun for you.
two completely
Do we just have an entire? Are we just making an entire platoon of air?
just because there's
Just
such
like
extreme.
you don't. I don't want. I only want 2 rep
And
gals,
that
but people
casing
keep pulling
length
more
is
gals.
also like
And I
how
need
much
people who
more
can
you can see.
fly lead gal for me, so I can actually look
Yeah.
at the map and constantly update it
And
where
then of course
dropping
there's the
people.
rate of gunpowder that is another factor as well.
Having too much fun flying the Valkyrie to pull lead gal.
Oh.
Enemy aircraft south. If you want to go poke it.
I'm heading platoon way.
I know it's you're a follower, but you're just not like liking or following my streams, man. Just messing around.
Busy watching things.
You don't have to watch it. Just put it off the side, man. Jesus, Grammy. It gives me views and everything else, man. For a good friend would do that for a good friend. But you're not a good friend, apparently. I'm a good friend. I'd do it for you. I tell that to Greyhawk too. He's like, dude, I was like, no, you gotta seem to understand. It's like it gives you viewership, gives me viewership, and everything else. The other part to it too is, it also helps with the algorithms.
Two gals.
Because
And a fucking
Twitch
Berser
does
Max.
this a
This
lot.
guy's been sitting here this whole time. Just bulldog the shit out of him. Like he's been here for a while.
Twitch does a lot with that, by the way, with algorithms. Very similar to like YouTube. Like, follow, subscribe, watch, that kind of stuff. You can go ahead and click on like and subscribe, but if you're not watching some or part of it, then they just do different stuff with the algorithms. That's all. I mean, that's what I tell Greyhawk. When he jumps on, I throw on onto one of my monitors. I throw it onto one of my browsers, and I just put it up there. Whether I'm listening or looking at it, doesn't matter. And also when he is doing that, and we're on like the same game, he goes, know, hey, check this out. Can you see what I'm doing right now? And I'd look real quick. And I go, oh, okay, yeah, you know, that kind of thing. Not saying that you know, we're all playing the same game together and checking each other's, you know, streams or whatever out, but it's just one of those things, man.
I'm watching your stream now.
Mm. Right, because the other part to it too is like I see the analytics off of it, and it's like, oh, your viewers also watch this type of, you know, game or this type of category or these streamers, and so I could like go and watch those streamers and kind of, you know, kind of categorize or, you know, try to see what they're doing for a category. Yeah, just there's a lot I'm kind of learning about it. I'm not begging for people to watch. I'm just saying that, you know, I was joking more or less. We're like, I noticed you don't even watch, even though you followed. You don't even watch at all, even off to the side. That's because that's the implant I'm using. It's like thermal vision, dude, for infantry.
Like, this looks so weird.
See, like right here, if I get into a vehicle, there you go, turns off, because you can't fly with that implant enabled, so it disables the implant. So I could see anything and everything on here.
Light up the turret that's shooting at all of us. Any turret.
Our infantry's pushing back in.
Also getting shot from the ground too, which isn't too helpful.
That hurt. I don't know what the fuck that was.
Oh, that Valkyrie was trying to smash me.
Yeah, I saw that. I had that.
Yeah, I think you bumped the tree back.
Ooh, nice one. So yeah, that's why it's like that. A lot of people are like, why is it black and white? It's not black and white, it's thermal vision. As an infantry, it gives you a lot of advantage. Really does, but what the hell is that? Okay, alright, that's not on timer, but ew. Check out this bio lab real fast. Yeah, I think still, I think if you you jumped on with like Greyhawk and a few of us on the Planetside, I think you'd really see, you know, what kind of fun it could be. And just because you got infravision definitely doesn't make you like watch, you know, right on, and doesn't give you extra advantage as far as aim, shooting, that type of stuff. It just lights them up.
Yeah, I just thought it was interesting. I thought maybe like there was something to do with Twitch or whatever.
Nah.
That's interesting. Is that Twitch doing that? Or is that...
Whoa, couldn't get around that corner fast enough apparently. Definitely you can see a lot more of the player versus the darkened background when they're like just peeking. So that's a little bit of an advantage that way, but really not, again, anything. And anybody can get this implant. They just have to roll for it, basically. So, and you don't get it on every one of your characters on the account. You have to roll for it for each character. So it could take a lot of real world money to do it. Kiki or keys, whatever.
Most of our mags is shooting at us. That's an interesting. I'm shooting at friendlies.
Now I'm really mad. Will know the will of Vanhu.
Yeah, we have a pancake shooting at us.
Yeah.
How many gals?
I forgot who said it. I'm watching this. It's like
really hard for Haas.
This Twilight Zone episode.
Yeah,
called
there's a lot of
Death's
tight
Head.
spots.
This episode is specifically about this guy who's was a Nazi officer in a concentration camp.
Oh, if I remember that, I mean, I think I remember that one. That was pretty good. Hmm?
Yeah. I can't remember if it was Jordan Peterson
Excellent
or Dr. Soul, but I think whichever smart guy it was, he pointed out that
Yeah.
one of the reasons that like Western civilization, modern Western society, were the sort of point figure on like the Holocaust and the Nazi Party went about the diabolical for centuries, Western hemisphere has been, largely Christian foundation. Just seeing how quickly overnight it transformed.
Oh yeah, I thought that the that Nazi officer thing was a what if, like what if Germany won kind of thing though, wasn't that? Or am I just thinking something else?
No, what's happening in this whole episode that's playing out is revisiting the concentration camp Dachau. And what Twilight Zone suggested is he revisiting the Dachau or no?
What if the bull talks about how
It's kind of like, it seems like, to me this is where Stephen King got a lot of inspiration.
Oh.
I mean, you still
Some
can.
of the writers from the Twilight Zone. It's like because a few different. It's not the only Twilight Zone. There's some begs the audience question like, is the person in this dead? And we
flew in with the just gave them the finger and never shut it.
Hallucinating.
I thought they were inside.
Right.
But like, and that's the same thing with like Stephen King's writing. It's like what you're watching is like reading the book or watching the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Coming back in, they're all sitting outside.
At a point, you're just like having an internal conflict. Like, is the person dead and they're in the afterlife?
Right,
or
right.
hallucinating something?
I like stuff like that because there's. Have you seen that movie Jacob's Ladder? And done well back in like the early '90s, I think. Yeah, really, really good movie. It's the same thing. It's like is he dead or was this kind of looping back like a history future kind of look?
Yeah, and you're like, who are these demon-like people that are he occasionally sees? Maybe he's in hell.
Right.
Another galaxy.
And they're trying to trick him into thinking he's not.
Yeah, yeah.
Two libs and a gal. It's the air ball. Alright, let's stay behind them. Alright, they're all gonna be looking for us. And they're like, where'd we go? Oh, we're behind them now. Getting to the galaxies. Easy targets.
Oh, this looks beautiful.
Reaver ahead. Above us. Yeah, he's dogfighting above us. Alright, now we're headed.
He had delivered his boots.
You don't have a gun seat or gun, go ahead and hop out. We got massive pop here anyways. Try not to hit this Valkyrie. I need to look at my map, but if I do, the Valkyrie's gonna stop and I'm gonna end up running into him.
Me?
I don't know, whichever one got in front of me.
Probably me. It's fine. If you run over me, then like, oops.
Well, it's not just gonna
in Minecraft.
Blow shit up.
He's playing Minecraft and more griefers.
Oh, I'm
I
getting
said
nailed.
in
I'm getting nailed. Fuck,
Minecraft.
prowlers. Watch out, watch out. Just bingo. Yeah, shit, there were a lot of prowlers just sitting there.
Oh, that's FedEx in the armor. We're doing their job on. Yes.
Climbing up high. Or get left wing on them. Helga. Top down. Are they still down there? I don't see them spotted.
There's a couple.
I see a Vanguard.
Shield generator.
I hear the prowler. I don't see them on the map.
There they are, right. Alright, west.
Yeah, what this guy says about like
We close in
what
on
happens
victory.
in this
Vanguard right below us. Several
episode.
things right below us. Holy shit, lots of armor.
I guess at one
There's
point
even
he's talking
the
to
TR ant in the middle of an
Ghost
MC armor
or whatever
wall.
the guy is for who's
Yeah, I saw that.
camp victim named Becker, and he's like,
Hmm?
this captain guy is like, I was just doing my job, and I'm like,
Right.
oh my god, that's so convenient. That's exactly. I promise you, like,
Reaver ball
that,
coming in,
you know, when
southeast.
justice is finally dealt out.
We've acquired the facility.
Gunners up. Gunners look up. Gunners look up.
I
I got
promise
around
you,
by
he'll
you.
say the exact same thing. I was just doing what I was told.
Yep.
Right.
How many people have, how many people have to suffer under this, Nazi
See, that's my
jacket,
biggest
so to
problem
speak,
with the high
for you
humans
guys to get
right there.
Stabilized.
It should have been called the Texas.
It's like
Yeah.
you subscribe to this group thing. You didn't ask any questions. You didn't try to probe for the real science. You
Right.
wait for the results. They're not crunching the data in the correct
Still got
way.
shit
They're not
chasing
using the scientific method, and they completely bypass the Socratic method. Also, it's like good lord.
Mm.
Like you guys are exactly like what von Braun describes in his memoirs, like
Mm.
they're all children in a sandbox.
Right. Bro, get that booty moving the other direction. I don't need pillow. Pillow. Yeah, booty the other direction. Always gotta lay with their booty towards me.
You're slowing down.
Yeah.
I thought you were like right next to the gateways.
Sorry, dog. Had to like get in the move. I'm like smelling frickin' farts. I'm like, oh, he's behind the chair with his butt behind me and his head the other direction. Yeah. It's like, so yeah, the poot's coming right on out, all right. I'm getting the fresh stuff, fresh minted stuff. Pilau. That's too much. It is Aloha Friday though, so I'll take it easy on him. Nice and hot. Good day for nice cold drinks. Makes it so much nicer. Don't feel like so much of an alcoholic. No. Oh, these are really nice streamers. Contrails. These are pretty cool looking contrails. Now we're just tearing it up in the air though. Yeah, I don't know, man.
I'm going into autopilot. I gotta go fuck with the monster.
Really? Hmm.
Oh, I like this line. They
What's-
must remain standing because they are monuments to a moment in time when some men decided to turn the earth into a grave. Into it they shoveled all of their reason, their lots, their knowledge, but worst of all, their conscience. The moment we forget this, the moment we cease to be haunted by its remembrance, then
Yeah.
we become the great doubters.
Yeah. Sounds about right.
I was just following orders. Okay.
Yeah, man. Nothing illegal about that. Actually, no. You have the conscious mind to decide if those are legal orders or not. So, yeah. Oops. That liberator took a boo-boo.
was
Oh wow. Yep. I guess
I guess it was Dr. Mengele probably,
Mm.
one of his subordinates.
Actually,
Okay.
They denied some of these prisoners for so long a period that they decided, well, we're going to make them drink seawater to see if it's how drinkable it is. They diluted it a few times to see how they can quench thirst.
Oh, way too much anti-air out there.
Every single titration failed, so like after a while the prisoners, and then they didn't even after it failed, they still didn't proper water. So the prisoners became so thirsty that they would lick the freshly mopped floors just for a taste of water.
Mm.
Nobody do it.
Gotcha.
Alright, Skyguard down?
No, I'm saying nobody sting purple.
Oh.
Yeah, towards the end of like the whole COVID thing, I remember walking around with that C.S. Lewis quote in my back pocket, like you know, just in the back of my head. I would just spit it out anytime I saw it. Their whole Nazi mentality.
Gateways?
I think he says something like, what was it?
Oh, okay.
It's better to live under robber barons than underneath the moral busybodies, because at least the robber barons' interest will be sated for some time, whereas the busybodies their whole moral superiority is just like it's non-stop.
Another Skyguard.
Yeah, it's kind of terrible. Yeah.
Hide behind the mountain. Some people come to you.
And then he goes on to say like how they treat anybody else who's not in their little clique as if they're like indiscriminate from farm animals and thus unintelligent.
Oh, they're in the
They should not be treated as fellow human beings.
Yeah.
But if you read that quote by C.S. Lewis, it's like, holy shit. You know, the whole concept of Nazis just falls right off the fucking page.
Yeah, it does.
I'm about to reach balls.
You don't have to get ready. Reaching up to start away from
I'm dragging that air straight towards me. That guy didn't miss a single freaking shot.
So I'm looking at my time frame today, and I've been on for an hour and 48 minutes. I'm kind of expecting the game to crash soon, and if it doesn't, then the change that I made is what kind of helped.
Why does it always consistently crash at that time?
Well, yeah, at about, between 45 minutes and an hour and a half. It's an hour and 45 minutes, but I'm saying in about another half an hour, 45 minutes, I'm definitely going to consider that I might have fixed my G12 error.
What do you think fixed it?
I can say too early, but it was first thing I did was, and only thing I did was change my OSD configuration setting for my GPU 3 tweak. So on-screen display tweak for my GPU 3. but it's just like FPS and some data. So it's not like I really need to have it on my screen.
What kind of crash is it exactly? Is it like
Just it's a general game just crashes and then it throws up Planetside's G12 error. So everything I've gone into, people are like, try to what do you call it? Disable all your on-screen display stuff. So like Discord, Steam, and then I didn't even think about it, and I was like, oh yeah, I should check that because I mean I didn't usually have it on, but yep, it was on. So if that's the case, then I'm gonna test it and see if I can turn on like my Steam overlay as well as my my Discord overlay. It's coding of the game, but dude, I've gone years without getting that G12, and now just in the last week, I've gotten like the G12 like 20 times. That's not an exaggeration either. Yeah, the G12 error is definitely something that I haven't seen in a long time.
Drop altitude. Really close. I'm blocking your top gunner from having an angle. You're too close to me. We don't have to be that close when we're sitting still.
Yeah, when we were also talking about, whiskeys versus Scotch and Irish, I highly encourage you to just, even though most people probably think of it as like one of the most probably common or normal Irish whiskey, is try Jameson and then something like Proper 12. Just for if you're going to taste any whiskeys. And then you'll tell me if that tastes different from what you've normally been drinking. When you drink a whiskey anyways. So when you think about a whiskey and you're like going to order one, think of like Jameson.
What makes Irish whiskey? Is it what makes it more different than say Maker's Mark?
Well, I think it's each of them are from different types of cast of barrels. So some are like aged differently in different barrel types and different wood barrel types. Compared to, like Maker's Mark or some others. And it's not only that, it's, even though something's classified as a whiskey, it could be like a rye or something like that, man, basically is what I'm saying. And so, it could be a bit different.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know much more to tell you. I mean, I just know what I enjoy flavor of. Like Jameson, for instance, has a fairly sweet after flavor, fairly sweet, but it's not like, majorly sweet.
Oh, did we? No.
It's not like a foo-foo sweetened whiskey. It's just naturally sweetened by the barrels that they use.
Ahead of time, but if you weren't gonna get an angle to just get out, we have like 5 seconds. Yeah, just fly out, fly out.
Yeah.
We only went in there to try and stop.
Into warp gate.
And really, Jameson is a very inexpensive whiskey as well, too, if you buy it at the store. I know here they list it for like $23 on top of all the taxes that we put on it. It's almost $42 or $43. So we put about $20 in taxes on it. Sin taxes here in the state of Washington. Yeah, it's loads of fun here, man. Loads of fun with these sin taxes here.
Do you want to know? Do you want to know how do you spell stupid?
Liberal.
ATF.
ATF. No, you just say what's the acronym for stupid. That would be better. Okay, if you said it, what's the acronym for stupid? ATF. Okay, see that I'm thinking. Okay, I'm thinking something like that. Not,
Welcome if you got him.
Okay, so here's the quote. It says, "Of all tyrannies, a tyranny sincerely exercised for the good of its victims."
The good of its victims. Isn't that the truth?
May perhaps be the most oppressive.
Right.
It would be better to live under robber barons than underneath omnipotent moral busybodies. The robber baron's cruelty may sometimes sleep. His cupidity may at some point be satiated. But those who torment us for our own good will torment us without end, for they do so with the approval of their own conscience.
Yeah.
Of course, but don't call me Shirley.
And then it's not the full quote, but he also goes on to say, like, anybody who basically disagrees with them is likened to like a farm animal and otherwise inhuman and not capable of any real form of rationality or intellect, because they are a dissenter of sorts against the whole tyrannical scheme of things.
Focus Prowler.
In other words, how dare you question me? You're not smarter than I am.
No.
Basically, like the vast majority of people who are pushing the COVID crap, or the COVIDians is another way to describe them.
It is the COVIDians. COVIDians, man. They naturally believe in the COVID vaccine. Dude, I was, and I don't want to say this because it's after the fact kind of type stuff, but really, I only got the 2 shots. One, because the company was forcing us, but I was talking to my doctor, because I do have, matter of fact, actually those types of conditions, health conditions that supposedly you can get exempt for. Okay, I have allergies and asthma, which is breathing, problems, and so that's the main thing too that qualifies it. So I was talking to him about being able to take this, or should I take this? And he's like, well, given the conditions you got, he says it's kind of like a 50-50 with it. And I think he was highly pressured to discourage us employees because again, I work for a healthcare organization, and their insurance company as well as healthcare, and so they encourage our providers in certain ways, and that was the thing, was encouraging us. So I felt like it was, but the other thing too is I couldn't get basically a doctor's note. Yet I've been treated for the last, basically 14 years with allergies and asthma. And sorry, I was busy kind of shooting, dude. And so anyways, I was kind of sort of, just kind of trying to work with my physician. And since I couldn't get that doctor's note for an exemption, I had to get the shots. Now, after I got the shots, because also too, I have high blood pressure as well. But there was irregularities in my heartbeat. So from my, because I have to do my own, basically blood pressure and stuff at home. So anyways, yeah, and I tried bringing that up to my doctor, and it was pretty much just shunned away. Like, oh yeah, it's probably just something wrong with your machine, right? You didn't get it checked out by us, but it wasn't like happening all the time. It was like just saying irregularities. that was it, you know. And so, hang on here. And so it wasn't us that spotted them. So, you know, we can't, you know, give you that kind of an exemption and all this other stuff. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. You can't do something like that. But we had to get the shots. It's just been a bunch of odd little things too, you know, that it's, I don't know. So after the fact, you know, I'm not too happy having been forced to get the shot. Or you won't keep your job.
Right, yeah.
Pretty much my dream job for, you know, I've been working my whole career for, pretty much, has now turned into something that is not a dream job, but more like very morbid, that they don't care about my own health. They just care about, you know, satiating the government's requirements. That's all they're really doing when they were forcing the COVID. Yeah, vaccine. I'm not very happy. I never, ever, ever got COVID, and I'm going to tell you why. One, I kept my social distancing. Mask, it's crap. Okay, the N95 mask, even still, and the doctors nowadays that can actually discuss it in a true scientific fashion will tell you that basically the Omicron virus is basically 0.03, while the masks are a 0.7 or something like that, which means that they're big gaping air holes that the Omicron virus can pass through. So masks, N95 masks, even the freaking flimsy paper ones that they were handing out were a joke. But I still kept my distance. And second of all, I have OCD. I've had OCD since I was 27, so quite a long time. And I wash my hands constantly. When I leave the bathroom, wash my hands. Touch a public door that's all sticky feeling, even if it's not sticky feeling, I will wash my hands. I have particular ways when I go to the bathroom and the things that I do, right? And yeah, anyways, so long story short, I attribute that to not getting COVID. Now, the funny thing is in meetings, I had coworkers that were like, "Oh, just getting over COVID the second time." I'm like, "Well, I thought that that vaccine worked. I thought you're only supposed to like have to take it once." "Oh, this is my second booster." I'm like, "Oh, really? I mean, how's that going for you? You were forced to take those things. How's that going for you?" Company tried forcing a third or a booster on me, and I'm like, ain't happening. If your vaccine didn't work the first time, then it's not a vaccine.
Exactly, yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to go for it.
Yeah, that was my major point with the whole concept of this whole vaccine against COVID thing was like exactly what you just said there, where it's like it's not a vaccine if it didn't work the first time. Because if we look at the original concept, like Louis Pasteur when he came out with the whole concept of vaccines, basically what was happening during his time is that a lot of young children were dying from like measles, right? So it's like, well, what we need to do is reverse engineer the measles vaccine so that it's like a weakened version of the actual strain itself, so that we can induce it into the children so that it boosts their immunity, because their immune system can fight back against something that's a lot weaker than the original concept itself. Thus, when the actual measles gets into their body, they can actually fight back because their immune system has been stimulated enough to where it's stronger. It's kind of like the whole concept of you can't get these kids to go run a 200-meter dash in like the amount of time that an adult can do it, because they don't have enough muscles in their body to be able to pull that off. But if you condition them to get to that point, they stand a chance. It's the same idea.
Yeah.
But I remember people describing that to these Nazi people, the COVIDians, and they were just like, "Well, that's the conspiracy theory." Like, oh my goodness, what does it take?
Yeah. COVIDians. I love that, because, you know, really that's what it is and what it's always been. You know, the herd mentality. Now, I'm going to tell you this. I mean, my resistance to the COVID and pretty much any vaccine is unless there's substantial amount of evidence from a lengthy testing period and process, right? So as we got our vaccines when we were kids, that stuff was tried and true. I mean, a lot of the diseases that, like, we're seeing some of them pop up nowadays, but it's like, you know, a lot of those we got vaccines for is because it worked, right? Now here we get an emergency situation on a supposed emergency vaccine. Now it was for emergency use only. Now the other thing too, it is I believe in modern medicine to a certain degree. I also believe your body can heal itself given the right types of nutrients or herbs and stuff like that. I may sound like I'm some hippy dippy whatever, yeah, have some hogwart, that'll help your memory and all this other stuff. But I believe in things like if you take, you know, omega-3, omega-6, omega-9, fatty acids, it does help your brain and cognitive studies, right? It really does. I know because it was very beneficial one time. I was just like, I couldn't believe how wiped I was. And I was like, oh, no wonder I'm feeling so wiped is I have not taken my omega-3 fatty acids, you know, or my omega-9s or something like that, whatever the thing that I get. And I don't like the flavor of it because it's fish oil mostly. And that's a good, right, I'd rather eat salmon, right? Anyways, so I believe in that stuff. It does help the brain, right? It helps our body. But I'm not one to just trust the doctors. I'm the guy that wants to go out for a second and third opinion, right? And then if I hear of any dissidence whatsoever, I want research. I want to look at the research. And I mean, I understand a lot of that stuff. I mean, I'm not, you know, like an idiot. I look at these things. I grew up weightlifting since I was 12 years old. I know about a lot of these hokey pokey supplements that are out there. And I've fell for a few of them. I'll admit it. I have. But I know it works. And I know it works for my body. My doctor, every time I go in there, they're asking me about my medications. They're like, oh, you're still taking this? You're still taking that? You're still taking this? Then there are more supplements that they're asking me to confirm. Like, oh, are you still taking ZMA? Yep, I'm still taking ZMA, which is zinc, magnesium, and vitamin B12. Okay, I take that before I go to bed. It helps with replenishing your cells as you sleep. I take serotonin for the most part for sleeping, and with the OCD, it's kind of tough. But if that gets tiring, or excuse me, not tiring, but basically it's effective for a certain X amount of time, then, you know, I have prescription sleep pills. So I'll take maybe one of those or a half of one of those. I don't even take whole ones or even multiple. I don't like taking medicine. Not unless I have to. If I have strep throat, I'll take antibiotics. But I'm not going to sit there when the doctor's like, you know, I've got a cough, it's kind of icky, and then everything else, and they're like, oh, well, you know, you possibly could have an infection. Let's go ahead and get you this antibiotics. And I'm like, save it. I'm not going to take the antibiotics unless I really feel like I'm infected, basically. You know, and if more people were like that, they would see that, you know, there's things out there called those super bugs that are resilient to things like the antibacterial medications that we have out there. So, you know, I'm more of a naturalist. I believe in more natural methods. I know that if you're terribly sick and there's proven medicine and medical procedures, by all means, use them. I mean, you got cancer and, you know, chemotherapy and whatever else of these other things works, use it, you know. I don't think that there's anything out there that you know, naturally that you're going to be able to take to cure cancer. I mean, if that was the case, then we'd all be out in their blueberry patches and, you know, munching down on blueberries or whatever, right? We'd all, oh, antioxidants. Yeah, acai and blueberries and raspberries, all your dark berries. Yeah, okay, whatever. They're still good. Antioxidants are still good, but they're not going to cure cancer. They may help, with blood sugars, blood or your body weight, and lowering those. That's what antioxidants are really good for. Helps promote your own body's natural immunity.
Well, the interesting thing with cancer specifically too is like there's a lot of correlation between like people interacting in the wrong ways with like horrible chemicals that are mostly manufactured or synthesized, like such as like if you go watch the movie Dark Waters with Mark Ruffalo.
Oh, I think I did. Hang on, let me.
People that were working in DuPont's factory.
You said, hang on here a second.
Suffering the ill effects of the phosphofluorocarbons.
Dark Waters, right? It was Dark Waters.
Yes.
Yeah. Let me see if I've seen this.
One of the long-term side effects is those guys that were working in those processing plants got eventually when they were older they got cancer because of working with that chemical.
Yeah, yeah.
There's a scene in there where he's talking to like some kind of consultant or something.
You know what? I have not watched that. I have not watched that, but I remember that I was going to put that on my watch list. Now I put that into a tab in my browser, so I'll remember to do that. Put that in my watch list because no, I think that stuff is very interesting. I'm really into documentaries, and that's the cool thing I like about documentaries because they're based in facts.
Yes.
They're based in facts. Granted, it's all been historical and established facts, but that's what documentaries are to do. They're to help teach us, how not to make those mistakes again.
Yep.
Still one more.
Yeah, there's a scene in that movie where Mark Ruffalo's character is talking to a guy who's a chemical consultant about like that specific chemical, PFOA.
Right.
And then he asks him the question. So, what would happen if you took this chemical, mixed it with water, and drank it? And the guy looks at his character, Mark Ruffalo's character, like he has 3 heads, and he says to him, "You don't drink it." And then he's like, "Well, okay."
Then why is it in our drinking water?
Right. And then he's like, "Yeah, but what happens if you did?" And he's like, and then he looks at him with the same expression, like, "You don't drink it. That's like asking, what would happen if I swallowed a whole tiger? You want to be the guy who finds out?"
Yeah, right, exactly. You don't want to be the guy that finds out. That's for sure. Yeah.
But yeah, like he was just asking him like some basic questions about that chemical. He didn't reveal that he was basically collecting evidence, in a lawsuit against DuPont. He didn't reveal that information to that guy. He just asking questions
Right.
as part of his his exhibits.
Mm-hmm.
So that
right.
During the lawsuit presentation could actually succeed.
Right. Yeah, see, I find stuff like that, like actual, I would find stuff like that interesting, like these movies based upon actual events and time periods, especially like the relevance of these.
Yeah, there's the movie Erin Brockovich where she tried to do kind of the same
Yeah,
thing
she's an attorney or whatever. Yeah.
I think I want to say she was a legal aid. But she wasn't.
Oh, that's right. Right, she was a legal aid, paralegal. Yeah, I remember now.
Yeah, so she wasn't familiar with the entire
right.
process of the law that went into what he was doing was a lot more cumulative. So it's he's
yeah.
figure out how step by step how you need to compile the evidence. You also need to consult with other people to come up with the grand scheme of what's actually going on. There's there's additional information that comes with whatever subject that entails.
Right,
And
right.
you have to be able to collate all of this together so that in the presentation when you go to court, you don't look like somebody who's only a half-baked intellectual. You actually look like your argument is extremely resound.
Yeah.
Whole, front and back of it. So.
Right.
Visual on hostile engineer.
Alright, what was the other one I was trying to do here? Where is it? Oh, that's it. Fallout 3. This will probably take a minute or two. It's not very big.
Banu smiles upon me.
Where's your buddy? Focus on the galaxy. The galaxy's right.
Yeah, one of the other things in that movie he went about looking up was where the original idea of where Teflon came from.
Right.
And it was originally it was originally developed by scientists in a lab to as a coating for the Sherman tanks. They said that the scientists that like their technicians frequently found that like the tanks themselves were rapidly rusting like out in the field due to the weather that they were constantly being exposed to. And then of course they realized, well, rather than having to repaint the tanks excessively and then wasting more resource, more time, more money to get that going, why don't we come up with this instead? It's just a coating that goes over it. You have to do a lot less painting, if any at all. And
Right.
of course, I think the chemical consultant he was talking to said it's basically what you're doing with this chemical, Teflon specifically, is it's carbon atoms all chained together. So it's like so in this laboratory environment, you're basically creating like chain links and putting them together. So and carbon is when it's built in that exact environment, it's a very strong it becomes very strong when they're working together.
Right.
Especially when you have multiple when the compound has multiple carbon atoms.
I like looking over and seeing.
Enemy map spotted.
And of course that makes sense because there's a lot of like carbon fibered, whatever it is, or carbon based metal knives, things like that. It's actually very strong.
Yeah.
Because the iron atom itself, when it's put together with a ton of them, it's actually very brittle. But when you start adding like carbon into it, then it becomes more flexible, and therefore increases its overall strength.
Ooh. Got to get a little bit better at my switch outs from weapons. Going from my launcher to my primary. No, we're not better than this rabble. Stop railing us there. I'm not feeling very encouraged there, Papa Vanu. Sorry. Vanu, not Ganoush. Ganoush would be better than Papa Vanu, I think. At least he would be positive about things. Papa Vanu is always just negative. Aren't you better than this rabble? It's like, yeah, shut up, dude.
It's the same thing as when people ask, what do you think of somebody who only does the bare minimum? Basically the same question.
Yeah, exactly.
Although I would have to say there is quite a bit of credit to that question, so I don't dismiss it completely.
No, the best thing to see.
I've run across. Depends what you're talking about. If you're talking about a lot of people who are working these dead-end jobs, I don't fault them for having that mentality. Like, oh, I'm only going to do the bare minimum. It's like, well, you're in a dead-end job, so can't say I completely fault you for that. I worked at retail, which is basically that. There's no advance in retail.
Almost got that guy. Almost got him.
Well, I'm gonna go grab a wine. I'll be right back.
Well, you grab yourself a wine, man. Is today wino day? I'm just wondering.
No, today is Friday, and Friday on my routes is
Oh, yes.
Thursday and Friday, as far as difficulty, they go back and forth. Sometimes Friday's more difficult, sometimes Thursday's more difficult. Depends. I would say this week Thursday was worse, but next week it's probably gonna be Friday. We'll see.
Yeah.
Let me grab this thing real quick.
Don't worry, I already survived 47 rounds.
There it is.
Emphasis on try.
Visual on hostile light assault trooper. Eyes on hostile light assault trooper.
Let's go.
TR air 1000. TR air to the south.
You are in a restricted area.
And get debated. They started firing at me, so hunting me, and then I debated them into you guys.
Master baited.
Well, one got rammed.
Got him! Got him! Love it, dude.
I mean, if it's in a player base, we have enough guns, we can take it down.
Nice. Nice hot day. Everybody else having a hot day? If so, have a nice cold drink, man. Good day for it.
Sky Garg on the left side.
Seem to have got him.
Shoot the central tower. Left gun.
Recovered. Yay.
So what kind of wine are you drinking? Red? Oh, okay. So, I don't know. I just pinged that guy and I told him, wow, you suck, dude. Because he's playing WoW. Yeah, well, he was playing WoW, but I think, be honest, I think it was his daughter who was playing, so.
Keep firing, asshole.
Hold on, I need to get a better angle. Oh, okay, it's gone.
Hey, you want to
Medic?
Warcraft.
Yeah, when you get the, yeah, man. Appreciate it here, medic. Come on, dude. You're right there. How do you miss the body, man? Look around for it, dude. It's right. Never mind, man. Psh, idiot. Well, let's go to the furthest dude that went down last. Hey, fucking jackass. What the fuck?
Oh my god, it's my favorite Australian.
I remember this
Excuse me.
episode of Twilight Zone, the obsolete man.
Yeah,
Nettie,
To me, it was like,
Are you?
it was like
also, I can almost hear it.
Soviet Union vibes in it. Or it takes a lot. Seems like it draws a lot of inspiration from what the heck's the guy's George Orwell's 1984.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Shield generator critical.
Yeah, man.
Can they be both?
Yes.
Why can't I slot in yet?
Yeah, it's Friday. He might be spending time with the old family. Yeah, I'm sure he'll say just like me. Sometimes it's nice just to not hear so much yammering, I guess. Like, me, I'm like,
I didn't deserve that one.
What do I do? Where's your shit?
Really?
Okay, so this person asked this question on, I think, Reddit maybe. Like, you wake up in the year 3020 after being cryogenically preserved. What is the first thing you do? The number one answer.
What's that?
Boot up a porn simulation to let rip 1,000 years of built-up sperm. That jizz will fly so hard it will pressure wash the logo off the NASA skull.
Jeez. That is nasty. Really? Come on, guys. Get up here. Oh, God, I'm nice. Yeah, that's what you want to do, man. You want to boot up that old stuff, man.
One other guy's comment to that was, well, before you do anything, you have to gain post-nut clarity. Is this a good decision? I have removed my hormones from the equation. Maybe it is.
Generator destroyed.
Mm.
34.
I thought you had base on the left side.
Southgate, SRP. What do we got? Oh, we got 100 blind. We'll see. Ooh.
Imminent success is all but assured.
Hey, y'all wanna regroup with armor and just take over missiles?
Oh, yeah. Dude, so I'm approaching 2.5 hours. I think I fixed it with the GPU tweak. Software on-screen display was making the game crash. I think to validate that, I'm going to have to turn that on, not right now, but at some other point and test that, just to validate it even more.
Our reps are maxed out.
Okay, so this one he just picked up. I don't want that one. He says it weighs a lot.
What's that?
I'm looking at most accurate 22. Oh, this one weighs a lot.
Yeah.
Nettie, I'm unsure, but are they able to see us better since I have a bounty on me or not?
I think it should have some
probably not, dude.
maybe a little bit more than
I didn't know with me gunning gear
Right.
ship if it
Yeah.
pops for them.
No, it was just all randomly pick an aircraft and focus fire. So we were just the ones got no gateway. So went down like a $2 hooker.
Mm.
Oh yeah.
Mm. Phew.
There's a load in front of us too.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, it was a good day at work, man. How about yourself? Things go okay? Said, how was work today, man?
Yeah, it's I had a couple of hiccups, but that's always to be expected with
Mm.
driving trucks.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like let's see. What was that one place I had to stop
Just got
and wait?
swarmed and eaten.
Well, pretty much all the dollar stores they have. Actually, no, the dollar stores were pretty solid. Their system was down or something, so it's like they just checked off the boxes.
Right.
Because the way they normally do it, they use a scanning gun to scan every single barcode
Mm.
of every box, and
Yeah.
then they
Enemy spawn point
key in
identified.
the amount that's in the box.
Right.
And every time they do that, it has a little processing wheel.
Mm-hmm.
Goes back to like the scan screen.
Oh, okay.
So when you're doing that like more than 10 times or whatever, it starts to start adding up for it.
Oh, gotcha.
Versus like doing it like when they were like, oh, let's just write it on a piece of paper. I'm like, oh my god, this is like a million times faster.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, man, this needs to happen more often. Why can't you drop this stuff because I'm like, out? This is
Yeah.
your problem, not mine. It never was my problem. Quit
Yeah.
making it my problem.
Exactly. No, no, you can't leave until I counted every last ounce out of each one of these bottles.
And
Like,
I
what?
wish I could.
No,
wish I could
that's
get,
your problem, not mine.
I wish I could have a dollar store convention with these people and say, okay, dear everybody in this entire organization, company, whatever, as truck drivers, it is more difficult for me to screw this up than it is to get it right. I do not want to work harder. I'm moving these.
No, you should
boxes
work
all
smarter.
day. Do you really think that I am going to try to do this the wrong way because I want to work harder? No, of course not. That's stupid. Why would I do that? I don't want to work harder. I'm already doing plenty of that as it is. I don't want to add more stupid work. So I'm going to make sure I do this correctly because it's easier to do that. And then, like, their managers will hear this and be like, wait, what? I'm like, holy shit. Yes, it pays to be honest. Yes, it pays to do things accurately. It really does. It really fucking does.
Comrade Stalin, 1, 2, 3.
I fill out a whole bunch of extra paperwork to move a bunch of boxes in the back of the trailer of this truck, and the list goes on. I don't want to fucking do any of that. It's so much easier just, following protocol.
Oh, yes. Much easier.
Shield generator critical.
Oh, okay. Thought it went without saying.
Below you guys, below you.
Don't have to ask her twice.
Generator stabilized.
Actually, I think I've heard of this now.
Get close. Oh.
There we go.
Like a Remington 700. That's actually tits.
How much she wants?
Live in front of us next to Warp Pit.
What?
Oh, you said somebody was selling a Remington 700? What's that? Who?
No, I was saying like that's kind of one of the guns I originally
Oh,
Like
okay.
if I were like the bolt action I do have, if I were to do that over again, I would probably go buy a Remington 700 and 308 Winchester.
Yeah, yeah. I would recommend that too. I mean, 308 is a good solid round versus the 30-06. I mean, they're still, I mean, ballistics over ballistics, I think when you're looking at where you're shooting at for hunting, I would take the 308 any day of the week. I used to be big 30 or 30-06 guy. I really was, man. Until I got a hold of the 308 and it was bolt action. And I was like, holy crap, this really sent that home. When I'm able to drop a moose between its shoulders on just one shot, that was nice. It was like, wow. The 30-06, sometimes I had to worry if I had to go out fucking tracking for a while. It's like, oh my God. Yeah, but it's still a solid hit and round. Don't get me wrong. You can still one shot drop at times, but 308 I had no problems with ever dropping a large game animal with it, man. You know, I haven't killed a lot in my life, I'll be honest. I haven't killed a lot in my life, but I'll tell you, when you see those types of numbers and you see the clinging trajectory when you're cleaning the animal and you see that clinging trajectory through the ribcage meat and right directly into, through a lung, through heart kind of situation, you're like, damn, that was really nice. And it's a clean wound compared to the 30-06. When that 30-06 just peels back, it seems a little bit quicker and does a little bit more disruption as it's entering through the rib cage into the cavity. So 30-06, I'm a big advocate with, and or 30-06, 308, excuse me, and that's why I have a 308, the big black scary looking gun, just because it has a modern stock. It's like it fires just as fast as my other 308, man. It's got a modern stock, which allows me to customize accessories on it. That's it, I mean, okay, instead of just having my 1-6 or my 1-10 by on that sucker, I can put on whatever I want on the side mount, maybe a laser, light system, something like that. That's all it does is different. Instead of having a wood stock where it'd have to fucking screw in whatever, like, Picatinny rail system onto wood, which we just know how much that's going to vibrate off. You're going with a more modern stock and, hand guard, so you can actually have a more stable mounting system for whatever you're going to use. Problem is, people look at these tactical assault weapons and think, oh, we all want to put, foregrips on these things. What kind of use do you get out of that on a big gun like a 30-06 or a 308? Okay, granted, there's no big black scary gun in a 30-06 that I've seen. I mean, there's the Blackout 300s. That's fairly getting close. But the 308, it's the same thing as far as a 30-06. 30-06 is a little bit smaller by very, very minuscule parts. It's the ballistics that I like from the 30 or the 308 than the 30-06. Just it's a simple preference thing. Somebody might be like me back in the day, I love 30-06. Now, when you're holding a much smaller, lighter weapon system, such as like an AR-15, I mean, some kind of foregrip or, handguard grip, it's only going to stabilize your hand so your hand isn't getting chewed up. That's all. I mean, I do wear gloves when I'm, like, shooting my rifles now, instead of having my nice, smooth, wood frame to it. But not having that wood frame now, I adapt. I got gloves on, but I'm still shooting just as effectively and just as accurate as I was, and as many rounds as fast as I can when I want to, just as my other wood stock weapon. That's why I loved it when I put it in the general chat there in our Discord. It's like, that's actually a Mini 14. You know that, right? That's a Mini 14. The Mini 14, tactical rifle because it's big black scary gun, but you put it in a woodstock, ranching hunting rifle. It's like, what? It shoots just as fast as the other. The same bullet, same speed, as fast as you can pull the freaking trigger. I love stuff like that to pull out on these anti-gun nuts that don't know shit about guns and want to regulate them. It's like regulate what's being commonly used out there for I don't know. Everyone's always bringing up gun violence, and when they say gun violence, everyone goes right to school shootings. Well, most of the school shootings it involves a handgun for the most part. I mean, you look over there at Sandy Hook. Mostly, he did most of the damage via handgun versus did with a rifle. Simply put, a lot of these gang shootings are now being classified as gun violence instead of being classified on their own away from gun violence. The other part to it too is over the last 5 years, actually it was Obama that redefined the amount. Mass shootings used to be considered, I think it was 5 or more. Now it's 3 or more. I'm like, wait a second. So if a guy shoots his wife and his only kid and then himself, that's a mass shooting. That doesn't make sense. Now that it's a tragedy if that happens. I'm not downplaying it. I'm just saying, think about how simple that is. 3 is now a mass shooting. No. I classified a mass shooting like if somebody went into a school or a heavily big meaning of a heavy amount of people in that, like the Las Vegas shooting. Okay, that was definitely a mass shooting. Definitely a mass shooting. Tens of people injured. Tens of people killed. That is a mass shooting. 3 people is not a mass shooting. Then that classifies all gang shootings as a mass shooting event now. You know that? That's what exactly it does. And that's what they do. So LA or California's mass shooting figures went skyrocketing the moment they reclassified. And that's what gets me is let's classify these things to where they are. Especially like here in Washington. Here in Washington, we had 839 deaths in 2019 by guns. They want to classify all of those as gun violence. But yet in their own same statistics, okay, which also mounts or it also matches up with vital statistics for the Department of Health here in the state of Washington. It's pretty accurate. It's around about the same amount for gun-related deaths. 73% of gun-related deaths in the state of Washington are suicides, and that's a tragedy. Oh, excuse me, turning yourself off. People don't like that saying anymore. But the realistic is it is suicide, and we need to address that problem, but separately away from gun violence. You cannot say so that out of that 839 people, okay, 839 people. Now that's terrible. I'm bringing up the calculator just for this because 839 people, okay, and then times this by 73% of those were suicides. 612 of those were people that offed themselves. 612. So really, what kind of gun violence in the state of Washington has on a huge rise? That's what they're telling everybody. They're putting it out there on the media. It's like, there's gun violence is on the rise in Washington State on a huge, tremendous. It's like, no, you included suicides in those figures. Is that gun violence to themselves? Okay, yeah, but that's self-violence. That's not, don't wrap it into this thing of gun violence where people are actually going out there and committing gun violence to others. We need to classify these things appropriately, not try to wrap it up like the anti-gunners want to put it into a little basket and say, oh, it doesn't matter. Gun death, it all goes into gun violence. No, it shouldn't go into gun violence. Things such as like armed robberies, gun violence. Whether somebody gets shot or not, it's still gun violence. It doesn't matter if a bullet comes out of the end of that gun. Okay, that's gun violence. If you had displayed a weapon to encourage and to rob people and encourage them to give you their goods, simply put. All right. So, out of that 839 minus 612 people that have been killed, there are only 227 people that have been killed in the state of Washington in 2019. Now we're going to divide that on a monthly, okay? On a monthly. And the reason why I do this is they break it down even further, dude. They do it on a daily. So, that's roughly rounded up to 19 people per month. Okay, so 19 people per month, and then let's divide that by 4 weeks. Okay, that is a little. Well, if I round it up again, that's 5, but it's actually 4.75, and I'm not going to round back up again because it was a little bit of a jump going there. So we're saying 5 people a month across the whole state of Washington. Now the population in the state of Washington is 7.4 million people. Okay, just keep that in mind. 7.4 million people, and 4.75 are killed per month. Does that sound like gun violence is on a huge increase like they keep on reporting in the news? No.
Not as much. Yeah, definitely not as much as
Right. And all deaths are a tragedy. They are. I am definitely not going to be against that, but I'm just, we look at this and it's like, let's analyze these things. Maybe because I'm a computer guy, I think of these things in a more logical, analytical way. That I do have feelings. Don't get me wrong, but I don't let feelings get in the way of facts and data. Simply put, I don't. So yeah, these people that are out here decrying gun violence and want to create all these ludicrous laws that only non-criminals follow, such as gun owners like me follow, okay, it doesn't stop those criminals from not doing those things. It doesn't. The ridiculousness between these people thinking, oh, we need to make more laws to outlaw this. And it's like, okay, let's look at this from a more logical standpoint. And the logical standpoint is exactly this. It's like, how many of those people were actually gun owners, lawful abiding gun owners prior to that? Most of them you keep on coming up with, these guys have long-ass rap sheets. Longer than a fresh new roll of toilet paper on my fucking roll so I can clean my butt, okay? And you're going to take gun owners like me, lawful, and others that don't have a criminal history or records, and you're going to say, oh, you can't have this, you can't have that because this unlawful person did these dirty, nasty things. Again, like a tragedy, but still, let's go ahead and punish the gun owners that are lawfully carrying and exercising their Second Amendment right. And people want to attack the Second Amendment right here in America. I ask them to turn inwards and think that Second Amendment isn't just for me or the people you think that are gun nuts. I'm not a gun nut. I only own 4 guns, realistically. Do I enjoy going out? I enjoy it more than bowling. Shooting a paper target. Yeah, sure. It keeps me in that where I'm like, all right, I'm staying in, I'm knocking the rust off every single month or every 2 weeks. Sometimes when I get to the range, I'm like, yeah, okay, I don't realize I need to stretch sometimes because it can be taxing, putting 100, 150, 200 rounds down the range if I even get to that. I mean, today I think I shot, what was it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I shot 50 rounds out of my 45, and I shot 45 rounds out of my 9. Okay, 4 targets. Best placements. The worst one that I had was my 9mm, and I shot 5 out of the paint, or out of the A. So, but one, it's open sight, and also it was a little bit hazy, and I was at 25 feet outdoors. Not making excuses, I'm just saying that, it was a little hazy off my barrel. Standard iron sight. My 45, I have an OSP red dot, but that doesn't mean that the red dot, is better than iron sights. I mean, I do prefer iron sights sometimes over a red dot because red dot, I mean, if you can't acquire that dot quick enough, how are you going to average where your muzzle is in height versus your rear, right? Other than for me, like I told you, how I learned how to shoot was basically sticking your shooting strong hand out like you're going to pretend to shoot somebody. Pew, 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 pew. And that's how you're going to hold the gun until you get ready to shoot. and the left comes in and supports that right, and placing your support thumb underneath your strong thumb, and then pull or squeezing that trigger, and taking that nice breath in and shooting, right? That whole thing. So let's see. I'm trying to think about where I was really headed with this. That is very therapeutic to me. So when I run into people that say, "Oh, just because what you're trying to keep in practice because what you later on might snap and you want to go out there shooting at people," I go back to things like bowling. Okay, so if you like going bowling and you like shooting that ball down that lane, you get some kind of thrill and enjoyment from that. Does that mean that you're going to take a bowling ball and start smashing people's heads or sending it down to them? No. I mean, there's practical purposes for different types of activities, right? Like, to me, bowling ball, for bowling, right? Gun for shooting. Now, that could be shooting targets, shooting, for hunting, or just shoot to blow off some steam, right? That doesn't mean you're going to turn into mass murder just because you want to blow off some steam. But it does mean, though, and I'll just finish real fast with this, is that you're keeping yourself in practice. So if the event of a self-defense event happens, you can keep yourself relatively smooth and steady and stable because you took time periodically, whether you're going there every week, every month, a few times a year. Once a year is just not enough, I think. And I even think, 2, 3 times a year is not enough. You should be going monthly if you're really a gun owner. You should be going monthly, if not more. Just stay in practice because, that is a lot of intense physical control. And so you're going to feel like me. Every time I go out shooting, I feel like I had a workout. I really do. I don't know about you, but I feel like I had a workout because I am so intent on keeping control of my weapon. Even if I'm like midway through a magazine and I feel like I'm off focus, I will stop, pull my finger off the trigger, reset, take a couple of breaths, regrip just to make sure that I got my grip, and then send it forwards and then fire, So that's how I shoot. It's not just accuracy. For me, it's the whole practice of, keeping yourself trained to the motion, to the movement of a rifle versus a gun, or excuse me, versus a pistol. There, I'll leave it there with you.
Yeah, for me it's a light workout because of my job.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying it's a big workout either. I'm just saying that it's a workout. I mean, and we're both in agreement. It's a workout doing it.
Yeah, and my job lifting those 200-pound boxes all stacked on top of each other. That's like,
dude, I lift 200 pounds on the bench press, man. Oh, and back in my day when I used to be a household goods mover, the most that I did in one day was almost 32,000 pounds loading it into a truck, household goods, in a 53 triple drop. For those people that are maybe on my stream here, that's 53 foot of trailer, and it's a triple drop, meaning it drops down 3 separate areas, front, center, and back. Anyways, so yeah, I mean, I still like staying in good physical health, just because I got a, sedentary job.
Yeah, and going back to what the mainstream media, how they blow the whole concept of mass shootings out of proportion. But when you compare those figures next to like how many people per year died of heart disease versus how many people
Right.
per year died in car accidents, like the whole mass shooting number, like that doesn't look very threatening. That doesn't look very menacing compared to those other things at all. Like,
Right.
should we be banning cars? Like, no, of course we're not going to be doing that. Should we be banning fatty foods? No.
Yeah, exactly. Should be banning fatty foods.
Compared to it, it's like,
Yeah.
this isn't a big deal.
Right.
Like the whole mass shooting thing, is it horrible that it happens? Well, yes, of freaking course. But proportionally really tiny compared to those other two.
Twice the Valkyrie.
Dying from heart failure because
Yeah.
not eating a good diet, not getting enough exercise.
Well, absolutely. You know, we are our own undoers on anything and everything. But go ahead with what you're saying. I agree with you, man.
Yeah, and like for me as a truck driver, doing this whole summer gig, we have the motorcycle rally that comes up here. So when I see that whole like these motorcades coming rushing by me, I become way more cautious. I'm like, okay,
Oh yeah.
stay in the right lane as much as I possibly can. Drop my speed down a little bit, just because there are so many things that can happen. And this thing, those guys on their motorcycles, they can stop almost on a dime.
Yeah.
I can't get this thing to stop on a dime, no matter how hard I try.
Right, right.
And those guys, they're like, how many of those people die? You're a motorcyclist. You're basically rolling the dice almost every time you get on the thing. Like, well, what's going to happen today? Am I going to crash into somebody and die? It's a very real possibility if you're riding a motorcycle. If you're in my
I need a gunner for a Vac and Charlie if anybody wants to.
The only other thing you have to worry about is another giant ass fucking truck. That's about it.
Right. Yep.
Everybody else is going to be, completely cool with me if I'm not careful.
Diamond Waypoint
Yeah.
is the base. You can also pull.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lots of them.
No, like I said, I drove that too. I was Class A, so.
Oh yeah, above us fine.
And the other crazy thing with the motorcyclists too is like, it's usually the younger guys who think that they've got like this, they're like hot-headed dudes, or they got like an ego problem or a chip off their shoulder, whatever the case, and they're like, I'm gonna look as fast as I possibly can, Blair. It's like, guy, you really slow down. It's like, it's not you.
Stairs.
The problem for being able to stop.
Nice, good cover.
It's the other drivers. They can't do the same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Liberator low.
They can't stop that fast. They can't react that fast. They can't accelerate that fast, and so on and so forth.
Right.
And their vehicle's much bigger. It's harder to maneuver it out of the way, and so many different factors. Oh no!
Oh, Havoc.
Yeah, as far as mass shootings, you look at what I posted in general chat. So this rifle is what's called the Winchester 1907 blowback semi-automatic in caliber 351 Winchester. The rifle itself has very similar mechanics to a modern AR-15. It fires about 20 rounds per magazine.
Yep.
It's a bottom-loaded magazine.
Yep.
Unlike the modern AR, which uses a gas impingement system,
Yep.
this uses a blowback spring mechanism, similar to an AK, albeit a little bit different, as that uses a piston instead. This is just a full rod with a spring attached to it rather than a piston.
Right.
But it's more similar to an AK probably than an AR as far as the semi-automatic mechanism goes. But the only real differences other than that is from a modern AR is that it uses wood rather than Magpul plastic or whatever melanite finish that is.
Right.
And then of course this is a much larger caliber than an AR. Now the interesting thing here though is that there's nearly over 500,000 of these things produced and sold in America by 3 different generations of Americans. We don't have a single mass shooting to record on this. 3 different generations, there's no mass shootings. Well, what's going on with that? It's pretty. The fundamental answer to that question is, well, it's basically just the culture in question.
Right.
Modern culture just, they've. If you look at like what the mass media has done, and like the education system, and how it's basically cultivated the culture we have now. Not necessarily a good thing in all aspects. If you go out of your way and go to YouTube and look up Yuri Bezmenov's KGB destabilization model, he actually sets the template for like why modern American culture is as horrible as it is. There's a few. You'll find a lot of parallels between the KGB destabilization model and the current culture we have in America. So,
Right.
for example, like he says that he describes the first phase of destabilization as what's called demoralization. So what you do is you take sleeper agents, you place them into institutions such as education, journalism, and pretty much any kind of organization or industry where the results are somewhat subjective rather than objective.
Yep.
So, like, even art is another qualification for that as well. And you can easily influence, like, younger people's minds based on those ideas. So that can include music, whatever else, and other forms of media. And then he says in that model it takes 15 to 20 years for, like, to cultivate the children from, the time that they're in their formative years until they become, like, their later adolescent years.
Right.
And then, of course, these sleeper agents, once that first phase passes after the 15-20 year mark, you can go to the second stage, which is basically what's called destabilization.
Yep.
So the younger people will, like, if you look at the Chinese Red Guard back when Mao Zedong came to power, you can see almost exactly what he's talking about there.
Yeah, absolutely.
The young Chinese Red Guard guys were basically assaulting they were assaulting the older generation of Chinese.
Yeah, they were.
Attacking, like, whatever wealth that they had, or, like, directly attacking the people themselves, their property, and so forth. And unlike here in America, those people were not armed to the teeth.
Yeah.
The vast majority of their population was largely unarmed. Mostly because they had what's called an honor culture. If you have an honor culture, you don't necessarily need something like a backup, like, guns to protect yourself. It's like, well, we have an honor culture, and people respect the honor itself, so we have honor rules. Follow the rules because it's the honorable thing to do. And their mentality of honor is it's basically kind of like a monetary system in and of itself. It's not necessarily. It's not like real money. It's tangible. It's theoretical. It's kind of like like the whole concept of your debit card or credit card. You swipe it at the register when you go to pay.
Yep.
It's a imaginary value that's held in the minds of people that are involved. So, and that's kind of what the honor system is over in that portion of the world.
Yep.
And then, of course, but in Bezmenov's presentation, he goes on to describe, like, how you can basically thwart the entire country or territory in question by using that model. But we can see a lot of parallels in modern American culture that follows along with that same model, of course. I don't think it's completely the same because we're not in the middle of a crisis right now, and because the other two phases is crisis, and then the last phase is what's called normalization. Normalization is basically like things are so horrible during the crisis phase that will give up everything they own to be able to
save themselves too.
Sense of normalcy.
Yep.
And then of course, like, however it ends up being, if it becomes a civil war where you have, like, one side of the people want, like, communism and the other side don't, but the people who are under the influence of communism are like, no, we're gonna take everything you own and everything that you have, and we'll under the guise.
No, I got an idea. You guys take your own stuff and you leave mine alone, and because you're gonna die if you try taking it from me.
Yeah, in here in America, we're not about that. We're like,
yeah, no. Even if it comes here to America, they're communists there. They're trying to spread their shitty fucking system. Oh yeah, well, your shit belongs to me. No, your neighbor's shit that believes in communism belongs to you guys. My shit doesn't belong to you. There's a difference, okay? There's a big difference. Anyways, good. Yeah, I like that.
Well, the other thing you have to say to those people, anybody who supports communism, that it's the go-to is to say to them, it's like, do we really want a society of brutes and thugs telling us what to do? I don't think that's a good society to be a citizen that participates in. Don't you think? Do you want to, the guy that murders people on a whim? You want him in charge? Really? Is that what you're suggesting? Because that's what you're going to get.
Right.
It's not a question of if, it's a question of when.
Right.
That's not a society I want to participate in.
Well, right.
In the 30s.
And yeah, like
Oh, my bad.
But yeah, we're not in the phase where there's a crisis. And also like the whole concept that we have guns. I remember like back in COVID, people were arguing, well, like something like I can't remember what it was. They were trying to basically steal from somebody else, so like steal their property or whatever. But the counter argument for what they were saying was like, well, you guys clearly value my thing more than your own life.
Yep, exactly.
That's how this country's laws work. It's the law of the land. You don't like it, get out.
Yep, exactly.
This is not a communist cesspit. It's not a socialist, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, definitely is not a communist cesspit.
If you don't like it, you don't have to be here. Nobody is forcing you to participate. You can leave. This is a free society. You can leave anytime you want.
Yep.
Now, whether the place you're going to wants you there, that's up to them. That's between
True.
you and them.
Yeah, I highly encourage anybody that wants to try communism, go to those countries that still, have a communistic system, and then tell me how great it is when they get back. Just, I say give it, how about give it 2 years? That's what I say. Give it 2 years. Give it 2 years. And we'll just see how much, they think communism is better than capitalism. Sorry, but, it's not.
Just repeat the words. Do you really want to live in a society where the brutes control everything and they will kill you if you disagree with them? That's the question you have to ask.
Exactly. They don't seem to understand it's applicable to everybody. You talk subversively about any part or person of that party, you're dead. You're lost. You are lost. Yeah, you're lost, man. Simple as that. You will not be found again. Just ask Putin. He knows.
Oh, see, he stems from the KGB, so he's very well aware of how the destabilization model works. I'm sure he was told that many times, many a time. He's not forgotten.
Yep.
I actually, personally, I see a lot of like the influence from him and his regime and how they're influencing American culture here. Like it's like, oh, there's a lot of like stuff that they're doing, the ideas that they put forward. I can see that in their ideas influencing certain institutions here in America. It's like, oh, it's very interesting to see that. There's, again, it goes back to the COVIDians. Like, how gullible are these
The
people?
COVIDians. I always love hearing that because other people that don't know, that is from the Branch Davidians, Waco, Texas. Now, I'm explaining it to anybody that's on the stream just so they can Google foo these things, okay? Because I try to educate my viewers, okay? I really do. So anybody that's watching it, please just look up Branch Davidian. That's where the COVIDian comes from. It's basically an occult. That's what we're talking about. People that believe in the jabby jab.
Yeah, if they're gullible enough.
Yeah.
They're gullible enough to believe that. They were probably gullible enough to believe.
Yeah.
David Koresh is the Messiah.
Yeah, exactly. David Koresh is the Messiah. Stop lying.
Yeah, if you're a COVIDian, you also have to subscribe to the belief that David Koresh is the Messiah.
He is the Messiah. Stop talking some Jesus about him. Because he is.
I mean, like, well, there's also the whole Waco incident, which that's a whole other follow line. Yeah, they were definitely in a crazy ass cold.
Yeah, they're definitely crazy, man. Definitely crazy.
Now, do I agree with what the ATF and the FBI did in that raid? No,
Yeah.
I don't agree with everything they did, but at the same time, those people were fucking nuts. So,
Yeah, they are.
We got mixed feelings about it, you know.
Well, it wasn't just the ATF that was involved. There were other three-letter alphabet agencies, you know, back then FBI as well, so...
Yeah, that's what I said. It's the FBI and ATF. Those are the two primary government agencies that were involved. But again, I have mixed feelings on both sides of it, because it's one of those things where it's like, you know, two wrongs don't make a right.
Yep. Oh yeah, definitely, man. Oh, did you finally look at that one yet?
Oh, I'm looking at it now. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That is funny. It's funny as hell, dude. It really is. I love it.
So far
Because, dude, I mean, I was a forklift operator certified too, so it's like, you know, it's not just, you know, not just them.
Yeah, I am right now. I'm a forklift operator. Yeah, okay.
And he's like holding out like it's a license or something. I don't know. Here in the United States, at least in Washington, you don't need a license. You didn't need to be certified, but you know, you didn't have to like show it to people. Like, obviously, the police officer, he's just driving by. You know, the police officer's like, yeah, he's got a pack of Heine or whatever in his fucking hand, drinking the beer. That's funny as shit. Right till he gets to the pallet jack.
Yeah, I'll ignore him. He's got a forklift certification.
That's right. He's got a forklift certification, but
That's all that matters.
It doesn't matter. He's on the pallet jack with a forklift certification. It'll be funny, dude. It's funny as hell.
Forklift at the very top.
Yep.
Doctors, lawyers, forklift at the very top.
Oh yeah. Kick those TR out of here, bastards. Be right back. Gotta fill up my water.
So you have to have a trolley certification to drive a trolley.
Yeah, exactly.
Certification doesn't count.
No. I think the idea is he's got his forklift operator, but he's driving a trolley. So even trolley drivers don't get away with it. Just because you got to be pimp enough and be a forklift operator. Yeah, you see, get him for like DUI or something, man. He's got the beer in hand.
Yeah, I love how he's driving around with these beers. We're doing
Get my stuff, man. It's too funny. So I've been running solid for almost 3.5 hours, so I think I did find out what it was. It was the GPU tweak software for my graphics card, but for the on-screen display. So that's good. So I can still manage my GPU. Okay. Alright. Let's see what kind of mess we can get into today. Oh, more mess anyways.
You will get shot in the game. Even though that's the #1 rule, don't get shot.
Right. Oh, yeah. Definitely. Woo. See where we're at. Up the Orphle Pit. Ooh, Gertie Dam. Oh, we got this Warp Gate and NC to hold on to. Ooh, damn, that looks good right there. That looks tasty. 4 fingers, not so much. There we go. How about we go to Nanite SRP? I think that's what I'm gonna do. Nanite or SRP. Ooh, here's some SRP. It's just the name of the place. Yeah, SRP Nanite Relay Station. That's. To be honest, I don't know what SRP stands for. So, I mean, it wasn't a base back in Planetside 1, so. Of course, then again, we got a lot of bases on here that was not a Planetside 1 base. Ooh. Wow, he just dropped like a rock. Dropped like a rock, man. Dude, you're trying to trawler? Okay. The heat works better than the trawler. Just, I'm saying, because I got owned by a heat instead of the trawler. So, trawler's like a 20mm cannon, and it shoots like chung, 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 chung. And it has a lot of lead time. Not good against infantry. Great against vehicles, obviously, right? Because infantry, just zigzag, that kind of thing. but, so not really that good for, infantry. Yeah. So anyways, okay, good, he got that. Whoa. Crazy Connect Kid, NC. He's actually a good player. I like this because there's a consistent player base, man. A few of these people, you've either played with them, played against them, won, lost, that kind of thing. Jun. Gotta show me you got your God Saw. Well, I got my God Saw too, bish. Let me jump on NC and show you it. really? Come on, man. I kneel to no one. Actually, the outfit's called Kneel No One. Really? Shouldn't there be Kneel to No One? Or, I mean, I kneel one. Dumb name for an outfit. I kneel one. No, you just sound like you can't sprechen Sie Deutsch. So you kneel to no one. Oh, well, hey, look, there's their Sunder. Doesn't matter.
The facility is lost for the moment. Clear out of that area.
I'll clear out of the air when I'm damn good and ready, Beesh. What?
Alright, I'm gonna read this to you.
Oh, no.
I want you to think.
This isn't Penthouse Forums kind of thing, is it?
Hold on. Just listen. I want you to think to yourself, why does this sound familiar? The Roaring '20s was a time of wealth and excess.
Wealth and excess.
Does that sound familiar? That by itself, does that sound familiar?
Yep, Myung Jun, that's who that is. Green. Yeah, I guess you could say so. Kind of, sort of sounds familiar. I mean, wealth and excess? Sure. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I agree with that. I mean, well, again, you've got that silent generation, you got the boomer generation, then you got my generation, Generation X, then you got your generation, millennials. I don't know how you guys got away with something else, but then again, I don't know how did they assign Generation X on top of from boomers. I don't get that, but it doesn't matter. And then you got millennials, and then you got Generation Z. So what happened to Y? What happened to Y? Aren't you guys like Generation Y? I'm Generation X.
Yeah, Generation Y
Is it? Is it? I just hear it. I guess maybe it's because it's just more specifically said about, you know, millennial instead of saying Generation Y. Right? I'm just saying.
That's why it's called Gen Z or Super Gen Z, XYZ.
Well, yeah, right. But I just kept on hearing like Generation X, Generation Z. And it's like, okay, what happened to the Y generation? Millennials just decided to be on their own. You know, whatever they want to.
I think the term millennials is
Well, millennial wasn't meant to be bad. I mean, millennial at a period of time, what was it, in 2010? 2010 as a millennial just meant that you were in your, 25th year of life. That's all. Not people would say that would be midlife, right? But then they say, over 40, your midlife crisis, right? I don't know about that. I don't think I've ever gone through a midlife crisis, as a lot of people have said. I mean, I'm just who I am. I have not done anything differently. I mean, I still joke around like I'm a young man. Still play around like I'm a drunk young man. But,
See, here's another one too. Like, personally, I draw a lot of parallels from 1920s to what we're experiencing now. Here's another one. So, like, the first one is the Roaring '20s was a time of wealth and excess. That's kind of where we're at right now. I look around.
yeah, but the Titanic and the stock market crash wiped all that generational wealth out.
Well, yeah, if you look back at the generational wealth in the 1920s,
Yeah. Oh,
that's
yeah.
one of the factors that led to the stock market.
But we have more generational wealth due to the boomer generation in the way that they brought up the next generation, which is Gen X. So Gen X, where we were like, so the boomer generation had retirement, has, these, pensions, if you will. Pension plan, pension this, pension that. I've got a pension. That's like, didn't have that when, we were, when they were growing up in the silent generation. They didn't have that. it wasn't until after the stock market crash, and was it 20 or 19, excuse me, 1920, 1921, somewhere around there, stock market crash, um, that it wasn't shortly thereafter in the recovery process that was it Roosevelt came out with the Social Security. Social Security was to take care of those people that were going to be destitute on their retirement, because back then under capitalism, there was this big gaping need, okay, or deficit, if you will, to have where the older generation is being taken care of. So the silent generation, I've got to hand it to the boomers, because a lot of them took care of their parents. Took care of their parents. Now my generation seems to be taking care of their kids. Right? Now, hang on. Now, I know there's a lot of complex things between that, but I'm just trying to correlate a lot of this stuff. So, Gen X, okay, we're the generation that kind of benefited from the silent generation, because it takes jumps a generation for these benefits or the improvements to happen. So if we look at it this way, you're sitting pretty good for yourself there, mister. Okay. Continue putting in on your Roth IRA, your 401k, all those things that are there. That's yours. They can't take a pension away. They can take a pension away from you, but they can't take a Roth IRA from you. Okay. Or 401k. They can't take it away. They can take the pension away. They can't take the Roth or a 401k away from you. That's yours. Okay, pension plan is where everybody puts into this thing, this pool, and keeps putting in and putting in and putting in. But it's all controlled by the company. Company decides where the investments go. Now, if they put it in a bad investment, you're SOL, right? That's what happened in 2008, where a lot of the generational wealth of the boomer side, okay, coming from that silent generation, the boomer generation lost a lot of that because of that. A lot of life savings were burnt because of 2008. And that became because a lot of the banks becoming greedy and allowing for things like subprime loans to be put into what's called a AAA product, a AAA investment product. And so a AAA investment product for investors like me, we look at those. It's very hard to get into those, by the way. It's even hard for me. I'm not even in one yet. Okay. But just, it's not something that's easy to get into, but it's a very sought after. So you kind of understand. But if you're putting in product from a subprime loan in there from somebody that is really the product of it is what we call a triple C versus a triple A product, devalues that product. But if you're never told that there's a matter of fact, you're not told that there's triple C or C, double C, triple C in that whole mix, that triple A investment fund. Okay, basically that's what that whole thing back in 2008 happened. Okay, if you're not told of those things and you're investing in on these products that could potentially be that A supposedly product, and you're like, oh, this is an A product. No, it's not. There's a lot of devaluation that happens when you're not getting these investments rated properly. The problem is the rating companies themselves have to compete for other rating companies. So if they themselves do not get their customers a AAA rating, then what happens is they're going to shop the competition, right? The problem is like Standard & Poor's, that's a ratings, okay? That's one of the ratings companies that valued and didn't even look at the underlying products. They just gave it a AAA. This is a AAA. This is a AAA. This is a AAA. And the problem with this is now they've sold all of these subprime loans as a AAA rating, okay, versus what it should be, which is a C rating. When when people started putting shorts which means they're betting against it, right? Put those shorts against a single C or even triple C's, and when those start defaulting and stockpiling and stockpiling and stockpiling and start crumbling, the triple A's are at the very top of this whole pillar and pylon, and that was the problem with these. They're called CDOs, by the way, that caused this crash to happen in 2008 with the stock market. And it wasn't just stock market, by the way, it was the housing market. Excuse me, not stock market, but housing market. That's what became really problematic. And so anyways, we have the housing crash in 2008. People call it the housing crash. But in all reality, and if you really are very, very interested in this, and you should be, because we don't want to repeat this, is the movie called The Big Short. Love the crap out of it. It is so highly accurate. It details a lot of this stuff out. When like Chase started defaulting, when Countrywide Home Loans started defaulting on their payments. What happens is you would get an AIG. So AIG's an insurance company which would actually put and insure these AAA ratings. Well, when these AAA ratings were found that a lot of them were filled with too much of these subprime loans, the devaluation was there. And so people were starting to get rid of their interest, their money, investments in those areas, in these CDOs. And so that's where the cookies started crumbling huge and fast. I think it was around September or October in 2007 we started seeing the chink in the armor. And then it started right around about March or April, maybe May of 2008 is when we really saw it all crumble. Michael Berry was dead on about it because he caught all this. He saw all this, and we're like, whoa, wait a second. Everyone was even laughing at him, going, you're betting against these AAA products? He was laughed out of existence for the most part, pretty much. Even his actual firm, which, he had to be responsible and talk to a lot of people and a lot of investors. He had a control of a lot of investors' money. And, in the billions. In the upper 10, 20 billion. But by them hanging out and waiting and trusting in Michael Berry, investors, I think one of his top investors made $500 million. $500 million off of just a little short of $1 million. $1 million, just a little short of it. And they made 500. And when these investors, certain of these investors, wanted to wholly and forget about it, and they wanted Michael Berry to get rid of these shorts and sell the shorts. He said, I'm sorry, I'm putting a freeze on anybody withdrawing their money right now, because all that money that was there in the investment was keeping the shorts afloat until they triggered. So
BioLab's going down. I don't know if you guys got any resources to help defend that.
Okay, so here's another parallel.
Yeah.
Now we got 17 minutes left, but
so the whole
just trying to hold steady on the front here with Tier.
Beginning of it towards the end.
Yeah.
I'm gonna, before I allude to my calculation,
let's
just go back to the original model of what happened.
Hey, why aren't you watching, man? I see you're not watching. You're not watching.
Well, I had it cut out for a while, and then I was like, okay, maybe he's done.
I had it cut out a while? No, I think you need to refresh your browser. I haven't been cut out. No, I'm just kind of joking about that, but I'm just like, the other people that are on here, I like trying to educate them on the games itself, things in life, And we're talking about some pretty significant things that I think that, brings value to those people, right?
So, if you look at the early 1920s, you have, there was a sort of a boom in production. Like, the boom in production for the economy sort of like, it was in small increments, and then at some point, I forget what year it was, it actually started really taking off, which is why it's called the Roaring
Right.
And you had Henry Ford, who also, which is eerily similar to Tesla, by the way. And now, if you look at the late 1920s, towards the beginning of the stock market crash, here's the parallel to what we're starting to see now, and what happened in the late 1920s, which is production is on the decline.
Yeah.
Facility is
sluggish
secure.
construction.
Excellent work.
Automobile sales overall are down. If you look at that, that's compared to when you compare everything to the 1990s, and you look at what's happening right now, all of this is growth. So
Yeah.
automobile sales are going down very slowly, though.
Yeah.
And then we are also seeing that consumers are building up small. Unlike the 1920s, it says that they're building up large debt sums.
Yeah.
Due to the fact that credit was very easy. But if you look at now, I would say that everything scales differently.
On the other side. Sorry.
Just because like our economic system is based on how many people we have, and also the fact that it's based on a debt system versus like the gold standard. But the amount of debt that people have, it's increasing, but very incrementally by contrast to what happened in the 1920s, where it was like people built up large debts in a very short amount of time.
Yeah.
But if you look at like debt, people not being able to think about it like this, it's the whole concept of like if you're sitting in like a large in an enclosed space and it's raining, like you're not worried about the rain. Like, well, it's just rain, whatever. But if that rain just is continuous, eventually you're gonna realize, wait a minute, this is filling up to like my knees. I can't get out of it. And then if it keeps going, and it's like now it's up to my waist. You're gonna be becoming increasingly worried the more it like goes to closer to your head, which is kind of what we're seeing. Like people aren't worried now, but they're eventually going to be.
Oh yeah, they will. But then they're going to be looking at like, and what they're going to be worried about mostly is how much they borrowed. So the problem that I tell people, and I try to tell people, all my family and people I'm talking about, is people in my family, is invest more. Don't put on your credit cards, right? A lot of them are like, oh, well, I got credit cards, I got this, I got that. And, you know, I also tell family, don't buy any investments with credit cards. So, you know, that seems to be some, because, okay, so we're going to go to like where we had the Bitcoin grays, right? Which has been numerous, by the way, several times. And I know I've invested in Bitcoin, I've mined Bitcoin, and so it's nothing new to me. But, you know, we've had people that have tried to charge to buy, you know, their Bitcoin, and see that Bitcoin does, you know, Bitcoin does value over what they're already doing. So, what about Bitcoin?
The whole thing that I see with Bitcoin is it seems to me like what do you call it? It's sort of the same concept as credit. You're trying to the system. It's the financial system itself is trying to artificially stimulate an economic growth, sort of like how credit works. But
how do you think Bitcoin figures into that, though? That's a little weird how you're coming up with it, but go ahead with it. I want to hear it.
Yeah, much like credit. It's an artificial stimulation, so you're trying to boost the. It's kind of like the whole concept of how it works in physics, where for every action you have an opposite and equal reaction. So eventually you're going to have some pushback that comes along with it. Although I think in the case of Bitcoin, it'll take a while before we see any residual effects.
Well, here's the thing.
But if it goes on long enough, and then we have enough of these problems that persist for a longer period of time, then it's going to sort of like turn into a what the thing in physics is called, where it just like becomes exacerbated. Where it's like, I guess it's like loaded or something. so it ends up like kicking back way harder.
Hey, medic, please.
It kicks back way harder than people anticipate.
Yep, and now you're down, dumbass. Could have helped cover you.
Because if you
Anyways,
read
go ahead.
if you do read what it says about the stock market crash in the late 1920s, a lot of the financial leaders had a tremendous amount of confidence in the stocks and the economy in question. That for whatever reason they couldn't possibly foresee any kind of like drawback to what was going on, but everything turned out to be quite the opposite. It's kind of like if you look at the whole 1986 Chernobyl accident. A lot of the people who were involved with that couldn't foresee the events that were about to unfold, just because like they just had like this sort of like misconception of about what radiation does and how horrible it is. A lot of the people thought like, oh, it's just radiation. You just drink vodka and you'll be fine. It's like this doesn't quite work that way.
Yeah.
And there was a great sense of complacency that was involved with that event as well. Like a lot of the technicians took the very few safety nets that were in place on the RMDK reactor out. They took that out, and then when you have a miscommunication like they did have,
Yeah.
and you had to remove the safety mechanisms, then it's like, well, you got to be 1,000% on point, otherwise, you end up with what did happen was the lid basically, they had too much rods put in or something, and then there wasn't enough coolant, or I forget what exactly happened, but it's kind of like when you have any thermodynamic equilibrium, when you have too much weight on one side of it or too much energy on one side of it, and you don't have enough balance on the other side, you end up with a complete meltdown, which is exactly what happened.
Yeah. Well, the problem here with that whole thing is that basically Bitcoin is not about a currency. It's not about one currency or another. Okay. It is outside of the fiduciary normal products. And it has been, and it was not, I want to say accepted, but that's not correct. But has been a viable investment product. Okay. At first, because of its liquidity as well as where's the value proposition. The value proposition was just really, do we put value in this because it is being bought and sold by others, which is very correct, okay? It's very correct as far as the value proposition that it holds and gives people. And the proposition is this, is you have all these people that have basically bought and sold. So me, back in 2010, I was mining, and that's exactly the process that it's called in Bitcoin terminology, where we mine it, which miners create Bitcoin. And so the Bitcoin put together matches and creates a bit. Once you have solved it mathematically using computational force, now back in the day we could use CPU, okay? We could use CPU, but for the most part we would use CPU, and then after a while GPU. So GPUs were highly sought after. So after 2007, beginning in 2008, we saw the GPUs, computational force, that the GPUs were actually used more so because there was a script where we can actually do 5x the number of computational force that's needed to create a bit. And those bits would create a whole Bitcoin or a whole cryptocurrency. Okay. So now it breaks down in this kind of fashion that point 0.0000001 was part of a bit. Okay, so that was basically that one piece of a bit. Now, by adding on to that and continuing to farm that, okay, this computational solve created that piece of a bit. And you get enough of these bits together, it would create a whole bit or a whole coin. So, anyways, cryptocurrency was not a part of mainstream investing until about 2015, 2016. Okay. And so there is no kind of monetary world value system such as that it's based against, like, gold, for instance, right? Which we know gold is not the end all, begin all that anymore. So we're now looking at the strengths of governments, the amount of gold that they have in reserves. We're looking at places like Saudi Arabia is no longer using the U.S. dollar as a way of establishing the the value of and strength of a government's currency. Okay. Now it's just on the reputation of it. Now this is why you can't let the U.S. dollar slip, is because of that valuation, which it is slipping. I'm not going to lie, it is slipping. I know because I also trade world currencies. U.S. dollar, JPY, or the Japanese is what I actually do a little bit of trading of. Now, what I'm just saying is with cryptocurrency, it's based on the valuation of the outcome, product, and services that you can receive from it, right? So when Bitcoin first came in and people were like, oh, what can you get with it? Not much. I mean, we could trade Bitcoin back in the day, and I was trading Bitcoin for $2, $3 a Bitcoin. A Bitcoin. A whole Bitcoin, okay? And then it got into all the way up to $50 per Bitcoin. I sold off a lot of it. I'm not going to lie. I sold off a lot of it. When it got up to right around about 120, 200, that's when Silk Road happened. And just so happened, the exchange that I had my Bitcoin invested in, where my Bitcoin was being held, got, what do you call that? Confiscated by the FBI. I went there to log in, and the FBI, there's a login warning, and it said, big blue background, FBI shield, and it said the FBI has confiscated and seized these servers, and so forth and so on. So the 35 Bitcoin, which is about approximate that I had there on that exchange, was forfeited to the FBI. Forfeited. 35 Bitcoins were forfeited. Now let's look at today's terms. Bitcoin was going for about $58,000, I think, was what Bitcoin was going. I haven't been keeping up on that because I haven't been trading it here, cryptocurrency, as much. But back at the height of Bitcoin, back in 2017, 2018, or excuse me, not that far back. Okay, that far back, yes. That far back in 2018, Bitcoin was going for as high as almost $20,000 per Bitcoin. Okay. Then there was the Bitcoin crash. That's not the first Bitcoin crash that I experienced, by the way. So I'll just let you know. We went from 120 all the way down to like $8, that kind of thing per Bitcoin. For us that were trading Bitcoin. So we were trading more Bitcoin pieces. What?
What was the catalyst for the Bitcoin crash?
Well, there's a lot of it. Things like Silk Road was a bad flavor in 2013 until about 2017, 2018, where there was a lot of hype.
What is the Silk thing you're talking about? What is that?
Silk Road? Silk Road. Google Silk Road, 2013. Silk Road was basically a pipeline of a few people that were using exchanges. Like I was on a Romanian exchange or something like that, a Bulgarian or something like that exchange at the time because the US currency market was not accepting Bitcoin and it was hard to take US dollars and to put it into Bitcoin. Basically, I had to fund my account with US dollars in several ways, but there was a lot of the banks that weren't allowing overseas transfers because they were earmarked by the FBI and several other fiduciary organizations that said, no, the money can't go that direction, right? So there was a little bit of finagling, but I got my money into this exchange, one of the exchanges, and I was exchanging Bitcoin back and forth, and I can fund very easily because here's the thing with Bitcoin. I can give you all of my Bitcoin using your Bitcoin receive address, okay? And all I need is your receive address and I can send Bitcoin to you. That's all I needed for my Bitcoin that I was farming with my PC, okay? Which I was using my PC at the time to farm my Bitcoin. And I could dump it into the account. It's really easy. Bitcoin and cryptocurrency in itself is agnostic to any world currency markets, okay? So here's the thing, and this is where I'm saying because of where you're headed with your crypto idea is it's kind of almost close but not quite. So I had those 35 Bitcoin that were taken from the FBI, from me, from the FBI, out of that exchange because it was part of the Silk Road investigation. And this exchange was shut down by the FBI and that country's authorities. And the FBI shut down the servers and confiscated those servers, which is where my Bitcoin resides. I had a receive address to stick it in to that exchange. Now, had I logged in maybe a day prior to that, I could have gotten all my money, all my Bitcoin out, knowing what was going on. But there was nothing. I was not a part of the Silk Road nothing. Okay, so Silk Road was this illegal pipeline that a lot of people used for illegal, nefarious reasons, such as buying arms, child pornography, human trafficking. So those illegal means and methods had to have a payment system that was acceptable, that they could use and they could all use. And Bitcoin was one of those. Basically, if I sent you Bitcoin, you could cash it out for your world currency money. All right? That's what Bitcoin was. Same with these cryptocurrencies now. It doesn't matter what it is and what it's called, okay? It has to be useful to gain products and services. So Silk Road, like I said, Google Silk Road 2013, 2012, it's probably 2013, but you will find that basically out of all of that stuff, you'll find out about, what was going on. There was a lot of arms trades that the FBI, and that's why the FBI was involved, where the FBI was able to gain the ability to seize these assets of these exchanges, which shut down effectively my account and captured all of my Bitcoins in it. These servers are somewhere, I don't fucking know where. I mean, come on, it's 11 years now, okay? Now, Bitcoin goes up to $62,000, okay, and 2021. In 2017 to 18, it got as high as 9,200, and then the slump and the Bitcoin went all the way down to 3,200, okay, 3,200. Now, all the way up to 62,000, went all the way down to about $8,400 per Bitcoin. So where does the value of Bitcoin come from? It comes from people trusting in it. So people trust in the gold system, right? Gold standard. That there is enough gold to pay off these debts and whatnot. That's really what the gold standard is. So you think of Bitcoin, which is agnostic to any one world currency, U.S. or otherwise, sterling, silver, that kind of thing, or whatever the pound or euro is. It's agnostic. So, what value and services could I buy with it? Well, back in 2011, 2012, Newegg was one of the first major companies to accept Bitcoin as a payment method. So, one year I actually bought enough of my mining equipment off of my mining proceeds to buy more mining equipment. By this time, I'm buying, and I still have them too. Matter of fact, as I have two 990s and then two 660 GTX GPUs that I used to use for mining for two separate systems. One was the 660, the other one was 990 system. And I would use those systems to mine more Bitcoin. So then that's where I was getting my money or getting my Bitcoin from. So
yeah, I was saying that TR has a player base at Snowshear Fort where they can pull free lightnings and send it.
Bitcoin is a form of like an advanced form of economic market speculation.
right, so Bitcoin doesn't have a lot to do with that though. There's no market speculation with Bitcoin other than there's history of Bitcoin and people trading Bitcoin. So if you go to the market today and you look at that, and I'm just curious too, I'm going to look at the price and I'll tell you. Go here, BTC, USD.
The fact that you're able to
64,000 right now. That's the highest Bitcoin has ever been.
Yeah, I mean, to me, the fact that you're able to trade in the economy itself, independently from the government, plus the government, or like the Federal Reserve, the fact that they jumped in and said, no, you guys can't be doing that. To me, that very much screams market speculation.
Well,
the reason why
it does.
Like the reason why a federal agency or several agencies would get involved is because they don't want most people are not doing Bitcoin, so they don't want like the people who are doing Bitcoin to either A, on the one hand, have an unfair advantage against those people, or B, create like marketing losses and various.
Well, no. So hang on. Remember, I told you about the financial market. Okay, the financial market did not accept Bitcoin trading, and it wasn't until 2016, almost 2017, that they allowed you to take your USD from your bank account and stick it into an exchange to buy Bitcoin. 2016. I had already been trading, mining, grinding Bitcoin for 5 years. It went against the status quo, and it still goes against the status quo. The federal government is still trying to wrap their fingers around it, trying to control it. Same with the feds, and that's the problem with it. That's why when you see these BTC funds come out, they're funds to buy up as much BTC as possible, because it's not an infinite supply. Bitcoin is not an infinite supply. So when you look at this, okay, so Bitcoin in itself, let me look at this. What happened to Bitcoin after all 21 million? So there are only 21 million Bitcoins that can be solved through mining maximum. Now, the more higher level to the Bitcoin mining, the higher in processing power you need. You can't do it from a normal PC. You can't do it from your phone. You see all these people like, oh yeah, there's this mining software. No, what you're doing is you're joining a mining pool where there's tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of you to solve one little 0.0000000, excuse me, 0.000000001, and hopefully get rewarded with a part of a Bitcoin. Which it's not just a pool, it's like 10 to 15,000 pools to try and solve this Bitcoin. So this is why, because Bitcoin is not infinite. It is finite. 21 million is your max Bitcoins that could ever be mined and possible. Okay, they're saying that there is 22% still left out there, but out of the 22% that's still out there, they say about 17% has been lost. Lost. How's it lost? I'll tell you why. Because with things like the FBI taking and confiscating those servers where those exchanges were on because of Silk Road. And I'm telling you, they're sitting on a gold mine. Either now they probably know it and either wipe that shit. If not, it's still sitting on deep ice in one of their fucking evidence facilities. So they're sitting on billions and billions of dollars right now in Bitcoin. If they took 35 Bitcoins from me and the highest Bitcoin got was $71,000 in March, I think it's March 15th or 19th of this year, I think it was. Yep, I'm looking at it right now. So $71,000 times that by 35 fucking Bitcoins, just mine, that is $2.5 million, slightly rounded up. $2.5 million of mine that they confiscated from Silk Road. People are like, well, why can't you get anything from them? It's the FBI. Try to get anything from the fucking federal government. They confiscated it. They're not trying to control it. They didn't know anything of what they had other than they were shutting down some type of a monetary system that was felicitating illegal activity. That's all they know. That's all they had back in those days.
Well, see, that kind of goes with what I was trying to say. Was it's when I said it's market speculation, I'm not necessarily saying that it's market speculation as in Bitcoin is bad. It's actually quite the opposite. I would say, to me, it sounds like Bitcoin is a much more honest system. So imagine this: you're going to a market, right? Let's just say like this is back in like BC times, right?
Yep.
Everybody measures things in silver coins, gold coins, whatever.
Yeah.
Imagine there's two different guys sitting at desks, and everybody wants to go to this market, but before they do, they have to go to these two guys. You have to choose one of them, right? And you have to measure your gold against the standard that both of those two guys have. So you're like, okay, let me measure the amount of wealth that I have bringing into this market using that guy's scale on the guy on my right versus the guy on my left.
Okay. I get you. Yep.
At some point, somebody's going to ask the question, wait a minute, why is it that this guy's scale seems to be more accurate than the other guy's scale? And that's why the government doesn't want people asking that question. Like, they don't want them realizing, wait a minute, the whole Bitcoin scale is more accurate than the federal scale. Well, why is that? They don't want people asking the question.
You're mostly right on that as far as them asking the scale of things, right? Because they're really trying to look at like how much can be gained from the certain process that they're using versus the actual buy-sell of a particular commodity, such as a Bitcoin. Bitcoin is that kind of definitive, if you will.
Yeah, and I've seen this too many times in Florida, like at the local economy in Florida, where there's like some person who's like generational wealth, and they've been, wealth has been in their family for X amount of time. They're like the fifth person in that generation or the sixth person.
Right.
And like they have the local market cornered with whatever it is they're doing, whether that's tobacco, cotton, sugar cane, whatever. And they don't want any competitors, right?
Yeah.
So I look at the whole concept of Bitcoin, and the federal government is like, well, we don't want competition. But that guy's scale is more accurate than ours in terms of monetary gain for the average person. And they want as many people as they can to be in debt because it benefits their entire system when it's like that. When you're offering the opportunity for people to free themselves from economic debt.
A monetary system, by the way, based upon a monetary.
Yeah. Because it's like you're taking our customers away from us.
Now I'm going to tell you
They
something.
don't want that.
Back in 2011, there was an article that a lot of people kind of sloughed off, laughed at. So back in about 2010, 2011, there was this article that was based upon current price spikes and flow of Bitcoin. That basically Bitcoin would see roughly about an increase of exponential parts, and the exponential parts was this. They said that within about 5 to 10 years, Bitcoin would be at 50,000, or excuse me, $20,000. 20,000. Now here's the thing to think of. Okay, now that $20,000 was, by that time it did come through,
We've lost the facility.
that Bitcoin exceeded that just slightly by just exceed that slightly by about $21,000 under that, what we would say, prophecy. Okay, that same article stated that Bitcoin within 15 to 20 years would reach as high as $400,000 per Bitcoin on its increasing number scale that is there that they're using. Okay, so, and I mean, I don't know all the ins and outs of it. I just know that here it is. We're at $71,000, and we're at that less than 30%, or less than that amount by, oh, sorry, trying to just escape people shooting at me. So we're at that $71,000 mark, and we are at year, look at this, we're talking 2011, right? So we're at that year of about 12 years into this prophecy, okay? 12 years in the prophecy of this. And we're at $71,000. Now, here the thing of it is that basically we're at about, what, 3x that right now. And that was the base side of it. The base side of the prophecy was in the next 15 to 20 years, Bitcoin will reach the level of 400,000 per Bitcoin. Now, when my family, they're like, oh yeah, but Bitcoin failed, and they're talking about this 2018. They're like, hey, should I just invest in this stuff? It was actually towards the height. Well, Mark, I said, well, it won't hurt you to do it, but what I would do is I'd hold off a little bit because I had already seen enough slumps. I seen it go up to 120 and then fall all the way back to $20. I've seen it go up to $500 and then fall back to 50 to about $100. I seen it go all the way up to $1,500 and then slam all the way down to $800, almost 600 actually, and then go all the way up from there. Okay, from about 18, actually up to 18,000 or 1,800, and then drop just a little bit down to 1,000, and then went all the way up in a 3 months time up to almost $20,000. $20,000. Then I've seen it go all the way from about $4,000 all the way up to $64,000. And I got family to say and ask me, would you recommend investing in Bitcoin? Yeah, I would. Anytime you can buy Bitcoin. Because if you think it's expensive now, wait until fucking 5 to 6 more years. 5 to 6 more years, you're going to see that price just excel. Huge. People are like, oh, but Bitcoin's dead because it died. No, you're an idiot. You have not survived so many fucking price drops as I have, okay? Simply put, you have not experienced as many as I have. So STFU, if you think that, Bitcoin is just going to suddenly like drop in price and stay that way, it's going to crash. Bitcoin has been around since 2007, dude, and was first traded back in 2009.
What source tells these people this information about how Bitcoin is dead or whatever? Like the mainstream media?
Dude, it's because of, okay, so look, in 2021, in January 2021, it went from 9,000, and then by March of 2021, went to $62,000. $62,000. Okay, we're talking about 8,400 to 9,000, that kind of thing for a Bitcoin in 2021, just before January. Okay, and I heard all these naysayers like, "Oh, you got to get out of Bitcoin. You got to get it out of Bitcoin." People like Michael Berry, okay, the same one that predicted the 2008 housing crash, which would bring down the U.S. economy, which it did. There was a huge bailout from that. He didn't predict that, okay, the huge bailout, but he's also saying the same thing about Bitcoin, but he's a little bit conservative of that 400,000. He's right around about the 290 to $380,000 for Bitcoin by the year 2035. So Bitcoin, is it worth it? Cryptocurrency investing? Like, should you get out? No. Accumulate as much as you can. When you can, and keep it. Just keep accumulating it, man. So yeah, I highly recommend that to a lot of people. Cryptocurrency is huge. Now, am I a crypto boy? Crypto bro? No, I'm not a crypto bro. But I am one of those guys that believes in value and excelling that value. And cryptocurrencies are going to do that.
I'm sorry, so what can you buy and sell with this cryptocurrency again?
Well, buy and sell with the cryptocurrency is you can still buy stuff off of Amazon, by the way. Amazon accepts Bitcoin. Newegg. A lot. So hang on. Go back to what?
What's the exchange rate for it, or whatever?
It's on the dollar value. Dollar value of the Bitcoin at the time of the Bitcoin price, whatever it is. Hell, back in 2018, there were car dealers that were willing to accept Bitcoin for you to buy a car. Buy a car outright with frickin' Bitcoin. Now, those dealers are pretty damn smart because they got it damn dirt cheap at 19 to 20,000, and when it crashed, they probably got rid of it. They like, oh shit, we need our money back. We need our money. But here's the thing. Think about those guys at 20,000 fucking dollars, okay? And then the kind of crash that this created. And look at the price today, back in, like I said, in March, okay, about mid-March, 71,000, and then here today's price is $75,000, high 74,000. And you look at today's prices with that cryptocurrency. So if you buy it at 60,000, think about this, okay? We're speculating, right? But the problem with a lot of people is, what's the investment value? What's the investment value? Is it worth doing this? Well, and you look at Bitcoin over the years since 2007, where actually the most expensive pizza was actually bought. Like, I used almost 100 Bitcoin to buy a pizza, by the way. Did you know that? Bought a pizza for 100 Bitcoins. That is not just a story. That is real, dude. For real. 100 Bitcoins for pizza. A pizza, not pizzas.
Which company was that he bought it?
I don't know, man. But the whole thing is, and it's not lore, again, is he actually called in for a pizza and then was able to change in his 100 Bitcoin. At the time, it was like I think it was probably right around about $2, $1.50, depending upon the exchange you want to. And he took that money and he bought actually a pizza and had it delivered. It was about 100 Bitcoins that he used to do this. Okay.
How long does it take to get 1 Bitcoin?
Well, it depends nowadays. Back in the day, I could actually grind out a Bitcoin, a third of a Bitcoin in a week. So a third of a Bitcoin is $20,000 by today's standards in a week. Okay.
And it costed this guy 100 Bitcoins for a pizza?
Almost 100 Bitcoins, so we call it the 100 Bitcoins. I'm not kidding. You can Google foo this stuff, dude. For real, it happened. It really did.
It's worth it at all.
No, dude, it's not nowadays, but nobody knew where Bitcoin would be. So this is where I'm trying to tell you, is people have prophesied that Bitcoin is going to be at that level of $280,000 to $380,000 value per Bitcoin. And you think 64,000 is expensive? Wait until it's $280,000. Almost 4x. That is actually 4x plus.
Okay, let me ask you a question then.
Okay.
Do you foresee somebody like either Mark Zuckerberg, Jack Dorsey, Jack Ma, or
They've got investments in it. Yes, they got investments in it right now.
Owning it, not investing.
They investing. They own it. So if you invest in Bitcoin, you own the Bitcoin. It's like if you buy stock, you own the stock. If you buy the stock, you own the stock. If you buy Bitcoin, you own the Bitcoin. No matter what the value is of that Bitcoin, you still have that Bitcoin. And they have Bitcoin. Yes.
I don't know what this would be called because it's a Bitcoin, but in stocks it's called majority shareholder.
No such thing is in cryptocurrency, dude. No such thing is in cryptocurrency. Again, there is no centralization of cryptocurrency, dude. None whatsoever. There's no centralization. The banks hate it because of that. Because they can't control it. They're trying to control it desperately. They're trying to control it, especially with the feds and creating laws. They're trying to control it, but they can't control it. That's the whole thing. So see, even when you buy Bitcoin here in the United States, they want to know exactly all the transaction details, dude. I'm serious. Even if you ship that Bitcoin off from there used to be where you can walk up to an ATM, put in $100 and get $100, well, a little bit less than $100 of Bitcoin. You used to see these Bitcoin freaking ATMs doing that. Nowadays, those Bitcoin ATMs have to report back to the federal government if they reside here in the United States. If you buy Bitcoin in a country outside the United States, the federal government doesn't need to know and shouldn't know, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier too, with the whole concept of scales. Like the government, the federal government doesn't want scales that make sense. They want, what benefits them and their constituents. The little people like us who are actually trying to succeed, that doesn't help them. I mean, it goes back to what George Carlin says. Like, they don't want a populace that questions anything they do. They don't want a population that thinks. They don't want a free population. None of those things help them.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't help them at all.
They only want things that help them and their constituents. There's a big fucking club and you ain't in it.
Right, exactly. And this is the problem, is the big club did not see Bitcoin or cryptocurrency coming at all. And that's where the little man can make money against them, big time. Yes. It's not just Wall Street bets on the shorts on GME stock, GameStop, and then AMC, which is the AMC theaters. So Wall Street bets, they put out daily their bets on whatever, against or for. So I'm just telling you that, it's not controlled and cannot be controlled. That's the problem. And the problem they've been having for the past almost 20 years with Bitcoin and cryptocurrency is trying to control it, trying to regulate it, and they can't control it or regulate it. So the best that they can do, because the more the U.S. people find out about this stuff, is to try to create their own kind of fund that buys the Bitcoin, and then they can control it that way. So you don't buy into those Bitcoin, you don't buy into those cryptocurrency funds. I don't. So there's like a BTCE or whatever, BTC-E. That is a coin that I just don't buy into.
Why don't you buy into it?
Because it's a funded one that they're trying to control. I buy Bitcoin only, and I buy it from certain means, which I'm not going to discuss on this video because it's being streamed. But if you want to know, I'll tell you how you can do it. Okay. And I've told this many times to a lot of my family members and friends, and they're like, there's a way you can buy Bitcoin without the U.S. federal government knowing. And they don't like that people like me know these things and do these things. So I'm not going to be surprised in the next, week, months, years that they don't put me and audit me on any of my investments.
That's why I like that meme that you put up there. It's like, it's what did you put? Hold on. What does it say? It's like, I'm the king of the hill.
Oh yeah, exactly. Bobby!
You know what's not cool, Bobby? Paying taxes on fireworks to celebrate the day we quit paying taxes.
Yep, on fireworks. Exactly. Exactly. And so that just kind of gets me is people don't seem to understand. We have only a certain responsibility to our government. Our government has 90% responsibility to us. We don't have a 10% responsibility to the government. Government has a 90+ responsibility to us.
I think they have a zero, based on their track record.
No, technically they have 100%. They have 100% responsibility to us.
It's more like zero. I don't believe them at all.
No, the federal government has 100% responsibility to us, is what I'm saying. They have a responsibility to us.
They sure as hell don't act.
Because we give them the power under constitutional republic, not a democracy, which I hate hearing people say, it's a democracy. There's no such thing in the United States as a democracy. It's a constitutional republic. We elect our officials. In a democracy, the majority wins all the time, every time. Guess what? We don't have a democracy. We have a constitutional republic.
Well, when they say democracy, say what are you guys, like hell divers?
Yeah, exactly. Are you a hell diver? I hated playing hell divers just because of that simple reason. I hear it all the time. For democracy! Shut the fuck up, man. Do you even know what a democracy is versus a constitutional republic? We are not a democracy. We are a constitutional republic. And all this shit that Democrats are feeding us, and I don't care if it was Republicans feeding us, democracy. They're a threat to our democracy. I'd be telling them, shut the hell up. I served, I had my time, and you know what? Yeah, that doesn't work. Democracy.
The difference between the Democrats and Republicans are doing the same thing. The Republicans are just being quiet. That's all. That's the only real difference. They're just being a lot more sneaky about what they're doing. But they're basically doing the exact same thing as the Democrats. There's no fucking difference. They just have this guy.
3 around the corner.
We're two different parties. It's like,
yep.
A very thin veneer of...
Oh yeah, it's a very thin veneer that people have to really understand. It's, we are, from the standpoint, the most free people on this planet. I mean, yes, we've got allies, England, Germany, France, but things that you got to look at is, look, what does our First Amendment provide us and protect us against the government? See, the problem is people don't realize is the amendments of the Bill of Rights is not really just a protection. It is to tell the government what they can and cannot do to us civilians, given our inalienable rights. So the First Amendment, the right everyone always associates the speech, is also about religion. But there's also a thing called the Establishment Clause, which people don't seem to understand, and they confuse it by hearing this thing from other people saying separation of church and state, for instance. The separation of church and state doesn't say that the government can't bring in an established religion, okay, such as Christianity or Judaism or any of that stuff, okay. What it prevents is the government from forming a religion. That's what exactly the Establishment Clause is. And the people are like, separation of church and state. Well, and here's the other thing, is that's at the federal level. Like, for example, Louisiana. The legislators there passed a law that states that the Ten Commandments has to be displayed in all government buildings and schools and so forth. And people are like, this separation of church and state, separation of church and state. That's at the federal level. And at the federal level, there's nothing about separating church and state in the Constitution. In the Constitution, in the First Amendment, there's the Establishment Clause that says that Congress shall not establish a religion. Establish. Establish means to create and base a religion. If the Congress wanted to do not only the Pledge of Allegiance, which also has God in it, they can do so. They can also perpetuate a religion and still be under the guise of and purview of the Establishment Clause. They're not establishing it. It's called the Establishment Clause for a reason, to establish, to begin, to initiate. That's what establish means. But if a government entity such as like Louisiana, okay, bringing in a law and they're going the Establishment Clause, it's like, no, that's a federal law, okay? It's the same under to say, the First Amendment covers our right to our freedoms of choice, okay? So freedoms of choice, my body, my choice. Let's put it in that perspective. Ladies and abortion, okay? Now, a lot of people thought that was a federally protected right. Now, under the guise that there was nothing there that stated that abortion was protected, but Roe v. Wade. Just because Roe v. Wade was overturned, that was a federal case with federal law implications. So a lot of these people don't seem to understand is that states, and why Roe v. Wade came about was because states varied on the laws of abortion. Either the one they accepted it, didn't accept it, or they accepted it under these specific guidelines. And these specific guidelines were X, Y, Z, whatever they were. For the most part, it established what was life and when was life. When was the beginning of life, basically. And so here's the thing is,
We've successfully defended the facility.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me, right? Guy freaking desied me right in the face. A launcher. So when Roe v. Wade was overturned, and it wasn't overturned by freaking Trump, and he had nothing to fucking do with that. Okay, a lot of people want to fucking point fingers and say, oh, he did this, he did that. But that is so minuscule of a subject to base that upon one person to be able to do that. If that was the case, that would have happened years ago, back in the 70s, 80s, 90s, early 2000s, the 2000s, the 2010s, 2020s. Not one person can overturn that. The Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, which was their determination in the first place, that it was a basic human right. But what they're saying now is that should not be governed underneath federal rules, and there's nothing constitutionally based on this at all. There is no birthright or the right of your health governed under the Constitution. But what there is the the health and your freedom of choice, practicing, of religion, safety, all that other stuff. I mean, that is under the Constitution. But basically, what I'm going to get to with the constitutional decision with the Roe v. Wade is that basically, in the absence of federal law, it goes to state level law. So if those states during this whole time, we're talking about since the 60s when Roe came out, Roe v. Wade, and the consensus and the whole dynamics of human life has changed immensely since then. Okay, so you've got basically, you've got where this whole time, hang on, I'm calculating real fast in my head. So let's just say from the early 70s to now, you had 50 years to make up and change any state level laws on abortion. Okay, but because of Roe v. Wade, the state legislators, the lawmakers of every state, hasn't overturned those older laws. So what happens in the absence of federal law? It goes to state law. Well, it's now at the determination and level where basically they have to go back to the state and reconstruct those laws to fit whatever, the consensus is the majority of the people that live in that state. Does it make abortions illegal? No, it doesn't. By overturning Roe v. Wade. Now, that's just an example, okay? So, when people are saying, oh, Trump, made it so that, it's illegal to have abortions. No, he didn't. He didn't have anything to do with the Supreme Court. He has no weight, even as a past president. No political weight, no power weight as a past president to say, no, abortions are illegal. None whatsoever. Just like he has no weight in saying what kind of guns are legal or illegal. He has none. No saying whatsoever. Again, that's the executive branch. The executive branch, the presidential branch, is the executive branch. They're the ones that enforce the laws. They don't make laws, they enforce laws. It's up to Congress to make the laws, and it's up to the judicial branch, the three-branch system that we have here under our constitutional republic, God bless America, that we live under, at least I live under, you live under, that allows for this to happen. So if you don't like something, it's called, because of a constitutional republic that we have, you can change those things. You can't change those things under a democracy. Democracy is majority rules. The only way democracy comes into play under us is where we elect our officials under a democratic process. The majority wins. Simple as that. So in absence of federal law, state law takes place. And it's up to those state legislators to change the laws that are applicable nowadays to their constituents. So did the Supreme Court make abortions illegal? No, they did not make abortions illegal, technically. Okay, they left it to the states to decide. Did Trump have anything to do with it? No, he didn't. Yeah, that's the thing that I love telling people about. Trump had nothing to do with that.
Yeah, I remember my last job. There was one lady that worked on my shift. She got rattling sabers. Like, he outlawed abortions. I can't have abortions. I just remember thinking, you're a fucking idiot. And I said, to her, that's a national level. If there are abortions in this
Mhm.
state specifically, we have state and local laws.
Yeah.
The president has no influence over that. I was just like baffled. Like, how are people close to my age who don't fucking know? It's like, yeah.
Mhm.
It's like, what a dumbass.
See, I
She's like a single mom with 5 kids, so I guess I'm
yeah.
not too surprised that she's an idiot.
See, I love being able to debate these things with people. And I like being able to debate where there's information exchange. Where an exchange means that both parties are at least willing to hear the other party and take back what that person says and value what that person says, no matter how ludicrous it sounds, which I've done that a lot, but I haven't seen a lot of the other people that have a little bit more liberal ideas do the same for me. Does that mean that I stop? No, I still listen to, some lunacy. There is a bit of lunacy in some that I hear.
Yeah, they're definitely delusional for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Although around where I live, it seems to be more old men Republicans who don't think you should have anything other than what they deem to be a basic necessity or whatever.
You are better than this.
Right. Well, I want to say that to me, too many people weigh too much on Republicans are Christian anti this, anti that. Democrats are atheists and they're anti this, anti that. No, because I was a Democrat for so many years. So many years. But then I went independent for about the last decade or so. I mean, I used to, vote for Democrat as well as Republican. But now it's like the lunacy of the left has brought over the right to me and made me more right than in the middle like it used to be.
No, I like what Elon Musk said about that. He's like, it's not that I've gone more to the right. It's that these weirdos have gone.
Yeah, that have pulled everything, pulled the right all the way to me, where I used to be in the middle.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
And now I'm the guy that's being called the creepy old boomer, which again I'm not from the boomer generation, and calling me some sadistic or some odd names that I've never heard of. I've never been called a racist, my whole entire life. But I've been called racist. I've been called a few other things by my beliefs and my thoughts. It's like, okay, well, I mean, that might be what you perceive me as, but yeah, that's not necessarily the case.
Give me a second. I'm gonna post this video because it's pertinent to what you just said.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Something about shallow people. What was it? I saw it earlier. I was like, gosh,
Shallow people. Yeah.
Yeah, the title of the video is "Why do we put so much power in the hands of shallow people?"
Hey, this is a Gen Xer here, guys. Just streaming my games, having some fun. More or less just trying to catch some hackers. So if you guys partake in the conversation, that's fine. You don't like the conversation, I mean, I'm not going to say, you're going to love it, but sometimes we go out there, man. I've always been a registered independent. There is a gray in between. There is always an in between. There's not just Republican and just Democrat. Sorry, just kind of doing a little preemptive to the viewers, so.
Yeah, personally, I've seen more far-right conservative old guys and their ideas.
Yeah, exactly.
Tax dip for that thing there, Sonny.
Yeah.
Or it's not old-fashioned, therefore it's no good.
Yeah. So I just want people to know that it's like, just don't be labeled. Try your best to be the best you, and don't be labeled. I mean, make those decisions based upon your own beliefs, your own thoughts, not somebody else's. Take what is said with a grain of salt as it's being delivered to you, and you know, dove in research on what's being given to you for information. Don't just accept the status quo. Don't be one of those people that just mindlessly repeat what others are saying. Yeah, COVIDians. Yeah, I think that's what I'll call them from now on. It's COVIDians. When they're like, "Okay, boomer," I'm not from the boomer generation, guys. Okay, I am a Gen Xer. Very proud of it. I really don't care whether somebody tries to put me into something or not. If I want to get into it, I'll get into it. But for the most part, if you're a dumbass, you're a dumbass. Simple as that.
If they ever say that, okay, say, look, that
Yeah, exactly.
It's the noise of the defeat.
Yep. So,
Then ask them, hey, so is your mom going to come downstairs to the basement to give you your 2 Hot Pockets?
yeah, exactly. Is your mommy going to get you your 2 Hot Pockets?
She's gonna come down to the basement.
Yeah, down in the basement. Well, you're probably spot on with that with the basement position.
Yeah, of course, they live in the fucking basement.
Yeah, I'm in my mommy's basement, and these Hot Pockets are great. Okay, all right. Well, you enjoy those Hot Pockets, kind of thing.
But they can take solace that they're not part of the okay group.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, okay. You're making such great strides.
Yep, exactly. Yeah.
And they're playing a video game called
yeah, I love that EverQuest. Speaking of which, EverQuest is, I think, managed and was sold off to the same guys that did here with Planetside, by the way. Because, Sony Online Entertainment was the main primary company that did that back in the day. They did EverQuest, Planetside, Planetside 2, DC Universe Online. So they're the main guys that own the IPO nowadays. And so, yeah, EverQuest. I just say it's fitting that you said that. It's very fitting that you said that. So,
If it's not that, it's gonna be it's either that or it's My Little Pony.
My Little Pony, yeah.
or it's gonna be OnlyFans.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
A woman is an independent entity. She should be allowed to choose her body, her choice.
Yeah.
Subscribe to my OnlyFans.
Whatever. Why would I do that? Porn is free on the internet. I mean, they're competing against free porn. Come on, really? I mean,
right, yeah. What's really sad is that there's a lot of guys who are like, I'm gonna buy it anyways, like because it's better. It's like
I'm gonna subscribe to her content because she's a hard working woman. Not really.
Yeah, most of them work jobs that are easy. I know because I'm a truck driver at these fucking bars and restaurants. I see this shit every fucking day. Like, they're all working the easy jobs. They're not at the fucking truck with me unloading this heavy ass shit. They're not working.
Exactly. They're not.
I see what they're doing. I'm like, that's easy.
And the problem though is great guys like you are just so stuck with, these people that, want these things for free. And you've worked so hard to get to where you're at. And and the problem is they look down on your accomplishment because you don't make enough. You're not a 6-figure kind of guy. I'm a 6-figure guy. I'm in the 1 percentile almost. I'm just not 6 foot. Okay. I'm 5'10". But,
and then they have requirements for you that you don't pass because they're delusional, basically. It's like, what can make you happy ever? Nothing.
Yeah.
There is no guy who meets this criteria. He doesn't exist.
Yeah, there isn't a guy that meets that criteria. He doesn't exist. Actually, that's the whole thing, though. It is 1% of the population really meets the six, as I call it, like the triple six, 6 foot, six figure, that kind of thing, more than 6 inches. And I mean, it's like there's very few people. There's 1% that actually fits that.
Yeah, exactly. It's I think somebody said it's like less than 0.3% or something. It's even smaller. Like it's just a ridiculously tiny number. It's like who came up with this? Who comes up with these ideas? Like why is this the modicum? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we're gonna make this the consensus based on what?
Right.
Fano is with you.
Just makes me think there's a lot of people either on drugs or just woefully incompetent, if not both.
Yeah, I'm gonna lean on woefully incompetent.
Again, that goes back to my the whole IT stories. They cannot admit that they're wrong. They cannot admit that they're woefully incompetent.
Yeah.
They have to exude arrogance and ignorance.
Mm.
Ignorance is strength. My
Yeah.
ignorance is my strength.
Mm.
These vaccines are causing autism in children.
These vaccines.
What if we made a vaccine that specifically eliminates autism? The lady just looks at the guy and she's like, and she gets red in the face and her ignorance intensifies. Vaccine that eliminates autism.
That's terrible, dude. That really is terrible. But probably true. Probably true.
It is. No, I remember sitting in biology class in college, and one lady said that these vaccines are causing autism in children, and I was like, oh my god. It's like I'm not even gonna talk to that person. Nope.
Yep.
You stay the fuck over there.
Exactly.
That's not what this is. It's like that Geico commercial with the old lady. That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works.
Right. Yeah. Isn't how anything works. Like, okay.
Jan, I'm unfriending you.
Yeah, Jan, I'm unfriending you. Yeah, back to the spawn room, insect.
Well, I am gonna go to fucking sleep because I'm dreadfully tired.
Yeah, it's that time of night anyways, Dude, I've been going almost 5 hours and no game crash. So it's gotta be that, man. I was talking about with the GPU Tweak 3 and the on-screen display.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think you've titrated out the results and you got the answer.
Yeah, I think I did. I was trying to be more specific instead of overall just let's get rid of this, let's get rid of that kind of thing. So, but I mean, I think that's probably going to be it for me too. I'm tired of gaming and time to go to bed. It's been almost 5 hours playing around and whatnot. And it's time
I need to take a page from Greyhawk's playbook and stop playing games so much and probably start shooting pornos like he does.
Yeah.